Hello. How y'all doing today? Angle's a little off, I know. Let me fix the camera slightly. Should have done it beforehand. Whoop, there we go. That's a little better. So, there's a phone right here. So, how we all doing today? Almost 100 people in chat. That is incredible. If everyone wants, if you hit the like button now, so we can promote this even further, it'd be kind of incredible. But for right now, let's just jump right into things. And I know for a fact we have a few super chats that came before the stream even started. Quite frankly, I'm a little stunned by that. But I do want to get some, just get everyone up to speed before I start reading out super chats. The pre-launch super chats, one might say. Let me get this music off. It's a little too depressing. I just chose a random song on my YouTube library list, and it's like, oh, this is nice piano. And I was, oh, it's kind of depressing. It really brings the mood down somewhat, one might say. We haven't streamed in a couple weeks. I was getting over a slight cold. It's been a bit chaotic. We had a whole threatening someone legally, apparently. A lot of discussions with Team YouTube and legal counsel over last week's video. But yeah, no, it's been a lot. It's been a lot. But now changing gears entirely and talking about just some robot. So we'll go from there. Now, I do want to read some super chats out now before we get really into the topic. Taper Clip, thank you so much for your super chats. These are fantastic. I'm going to read all of them one after the other right now. Last stream super chat shout out gave a huge boost for my channel. Thank you so much. Don't want to put you in a tight spot, but I hope I can support with super chats whenever I drop something your audience will enjoy. Cheers. Well, hopefully that clip was really good and got a lot of good attention, so I'm glad I could help you out with that. I'll sneak this in before self-promo rules change. My newest vid is on the book Apple Black Origins. It's titled, Did This Author Read His Own Book? So, Tapir Clip, he is in the chat. You want to find his account. It's up on top of the chat bar right now. Anyway, I'm looking forward to learning who's Jar. Show him who's boss, Ant-Man. Fire emoji. Thank you so much. And another super chat from Leo Convoy reads, for the ibuprofen, you'll need it. Good luck. I'm assuming you have some background with this guy. And another one from Nick Wolf, regular super chat contributor to this channel. Thank you so much again. He asked me to do this in a Riddler voice, which I'm not going to pretend I can do because voice acting was not my trade of choice. Riddle me this, Ant-Man. When is a door not a door? Answer. When it's a YouTuber in hot water for defending a predator he wants to Yeah. So, Jar. How do I explain Jar? Jar is, Just a Robot's one of those PNG commentary YouTubers, right? He is known for a lot of content that is, shall we say, so he's a reactionary, essentially. He's one of the anti-SJW types that started up on YouTube about 7 or 8 years ago when the grift really started moving. But he's kind of existed in his own space since then. He has about 200 followers on YouTube, 200,000 followers on YouTube, not 200 followers, 200,000 followers on YouTube, fairly big account, has a lot of content, also was a critic of Lily Orchard, so we have that in common, I suppose. But the difference is that he's always been framed, to me at least, as the middle ground between the super reactionaries and the full-blown grifters. So that's true. He's a middle ground between like the average critic and the grifters, I've been told. He's kind of like, as I understand it, he's not as griftery as, say, Geeks and Gamers or whatever, but he is a bit. He's a bit on the right-wing side. That being said, though, I am not entirely sure what takes he's done. I've only seen a couple of his videos, and I thought they were pretty bad. That's my opinion, though. Going in a little biased, but I'm going to try keeping an open mind with Jar. I've been wanting to talk about Jar for a while, but what really started me down into talking about him was his recent controversy, where in the art commentary community as an artist who was recently outed for sending very suggestive messages to a minor. Everyone immediately distanced themselves from this artist because the evidence was pretty clear. They did it. But Jar basically dove in harm's way to go, no, Cinnabear, she's absolutely great, and I love her, and she's fantastic, yada, yada, yada. And basically destroyed his entire reputation overnight, defending a groomer. And not just a groomer in terms of like, oh, hey, this person, groomer is a buzzword we use to describe people we don't like. No, I mean, this is a actual child groomer who sent actual messages of a suggestive nature to a child. And by all accounts, just not a good person. Will this end like the Star Wars theory stream? Probably not. Mainly because I think that his videos are much shorter, so we can get through a couple of them in one stream, and I think it's going to be a little more focused. Mainly because this is less about drama, I'm going to focus more on his media takes. Jar was white knighting for sure, and there's been accusations I've seen also, and I should mention this right now, of him potentially saying inappropriate things towards minors. I'm not 100% certain about how legitimate that is, so I'm not going to talk about it too much. But people have mentioned to me off stream that he has supposedly said some very bad things to younger audiences, though I don't know how accurate this information is. I don't know the specifics. I just know what they told me. And I felt like I should mention it now in case someone in chat can correct me on this one. If in case I'm wrong, because I'd rather not accuse him of anything. But this is all apparently public information, so I'm just contributing to the information that's currently available. If that is untrue, please let me know, and I will immediately retract what I just said. I just want to get that out there so we have all the cards on the table for what I know about Jar, or what I've heard about Jar. And I've also saw the Dire Gentleman's video responding to Jar years ago. I just re-uploaded it recently, and that also kind of got me gearing for some discussion. And if you're a former Jar fan, I want you to know you are not an idiot for watching him. I'm seeing a few self-deprecating comments there. You are not, just because you watch someone who turned out to not be a great YouTuber after the fact, does not mean that you're in any way a bad person. So do not second guess yourself in that regard. You are totally fine. You're seeing a live stream live. That's crazy. Yeah, it is. I'm responding to your comment live. It's even crazier. Today we have a bit of bullet bourbon, so it's maybe fun. I have a couple things over here I gotta get rid of because some expiring beers. Again, people don't realize that I don't really drink much off of streams, so I have all this beer in the fridge that I just that just expires because I don't use it. It's terrible. So anyway, Dark Angel 604, thank you for the super chat. I used to watch Jar years ago to see his perspective. Honestly, preferred his actual voice of his voice changer version. I guess things went downhill for him since I stopped watching him. Yeah, so that's the thing about Jar. Just a Robot used to have the aesthetic of being an actual robot, so he'd have like a voice changer thing go on. I think the natural voice works better too. There's something about trying to sound cooler than you really are that always is off-putting to me. Again, using Lily Orchard as an example, she tried to sound British for a while, and that just sounds fake as anything. There are some grifters I've seen that use some really weird language, and that's just never works out. So I prefer the real voice as well. So I'm with you on that one. Okay, so let's just jump right into this, shall we? I have my thing right here. Oh, hang on. I just typed in. I just searched for Jar and actually click on the channel. Here you go. So let me.
How you doing, Jar?
No, go away. All right. So for the first thing, since there's a lot of people in chat, I'm going to leave it up to you guys as to what I actually watched. So I'm going to narrow the selection somewhat. We're going to jump into some of his more popular videos. So some of this might be a little dated because his peak was a few years ago. But that being said, I do want to get your engagement on this one. So I'm going to ask chat. I'm going to open up the door for a bit. Which Jar video should we start with? I'm going to give a few options. I'm going to give 4 options, I think is a fair one. Okay, so what looks interesting here? We got why are CalArts girls so evil? That sounds like it's a terrible topic. That won't go badly at all. We got... I'm going to go for some of the shorter ones first. I don't want to go for a 3-hour Star Wars video right now. I want to go with what we got here. We can go with a shorter one here. Oh, Mary Sue's and Gary Stu's. Oh, that's the thing too. Jar is very famous for a lot of his Mary Sue videos. Some Steven Universe people are suggesting. Where's Steven Universe here? Is there? Well, I don't like about Steven Universe fandom. Okay, that's a good one. Let's type in Steven Universe fandom. Okay, that's a much older one too. Wow, 6 years. It's amazing how old some of these are. Let's look at... Oh, and let's do the Hulk is the most mistreated super of all time. Let's do that. That might be fun. No, yeah, let's do that. No, actually, yeah. They do... Yeah, Hulk is the most mistreated super of... I am not typing correct. All right, cool. And start. So here's a few options. Let me know what you guys think. I'm opening the polls up now. I'm going to read a few comments here while I'm waiting for that to go up. Okay, I'm a little mad. Jar's a video with round table next to him. Where is that? Oh, yeah. That's fair. There's a few of these. Yeah, he had a few people here. He has one also I found with Jaden Animations, which is probably not with Jaden actually in it, so I digress. Can't believe he jumped in this Steven Universe bandwagon before Lily had the chance to. Yeah, he jumped right on that. He jumped in pre-Lily. Exactly. Crazy, right? All right. Comment Kuan. Hello. Thank you, in chat. I love that. Love that name. Are you looking at both, just one of his channels or both? He has a second channel? I just knew about the one. 146 votes. Okay. Well, it looks like we're probably going to close up the votes soon because it looks like y'all jumped right on Mary Sue's and Gary Stu's, which is a topic with a lot of potential to it too. I want to discuss Mary Sue's eventually. I'm not going to do it for my 50th. By the way, if you're new to my channel and haven't already subbed, please do so. We're getting really close to 50,000 subs, and it would be really cool to cross that before the end of the week. But I digress. By the way, I should mention this now in chat. Usually I stream on Tuesdays, but I chose against it this week because election night. I feel like it's almost a little wrong for me to like stream when it's a bit of a big deal going on in real life. Like I don't want to hoard your attention from that, and it's kind of a big deal. Anyway, let's end the poll now. It looks like a lot of people voted. We have almost 400 people in chat. It's wild. So it looks to me like the winner is Mary Sue's and Gary Stu's, but CalArts Girls Are Evil is pretty close, so we'll get to that one next. I feel like we have enough time for both, if not more. Angels Art and Gaming, welcome as a member of the channel. Congratulations. I'll post my Discord for members who joined today. Can join after this whole stream. The Release Golden Hero, I think it is. Thank you for the super chat. So, did you know I was a casual fan of this bot? You know until he, and I shit you not, only heard her voice and said to himself, let's risk it all for this groomer kitty. I can't anymore, lol. Hey, that's fair. It seems to be like he just kind of is impulsive. That's the vibe I get from this so far. He's very impulsive, and he didn't think things through at all. All right, so this thumbnail has show you in stream. This thumbnail right here has his face, has Rey, and it has Kirito from Sword Art Online. Great combination of characters. All right, let's jump right in. Wait. Let me adjust this real quick. Let me adjust this real fast. All right. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let me move this over a little bit. All right. Cool. I'm going to have my head overlay a little bit. And I'm going to adjust myself slightly. All right, cool. A little bit of an overlap, but that's okay. This is an opening. Not all overcompensating for anything.
Just a robot.
So because of the new Star Wars trilogy, there has been a lot of talk about Mary Sue's, and also Gary Stu's. People who didn't like Rey called her a Mary Sue, people who wanted to defend the new trilogy said Luke Skywalker was a Gary Stu. Now I will admit, Rey and Luke do have a lot of similarities between them, and Luke does have a few Gary Stu qualities. After all, the first time he ever used the Force, he blew up the Death Star, which is a battle station the size of a small moon. And he's also...
Okay, that's a fair point. Again, I did this too. I think that the Mary Sue, Gary Stu argument in general is kind of pointless, no matter how you frame it. I think most wish fulfillment characters do kind of fall into kind of being a little unrealistic in terms of their power levels, kind of being a little over the top at times. And like, you watch Star Wars, you're not really looking at it for the Shakespearean plot lines. You're looking at it because you want to... Which way is the better way here? There you go, cool. You're looking at it because you want to make sure you see some cool stuff happen, right? So, Mary Sue's, Gary Stu's, you're going to see a lot of that. I think that people were so quick to criticize Rey because it was the new thing. It was the new Star Wars thing. So, you know, actually, I'm move my icon here. I know I'm so indecisive here. Sorry. There we go. That's better. Cool. Yeah, my angle was trying to throw me off there. There we go. Something like that's good. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I'll be fine. I'm so indecisive with this. This is terrible. No. Actually, whatever. It's fine. So, yeah. Okay, cool. Nothing out there. Let's just move on. I want to hear his point before I make a real counter to it, though. I don't think there's much to say yet, but we'll find out.
The son of the chosen one who will bring balance to the Force. But then again, Luke was being beaten up by a sand person and had to be saved by a Jedi, while Rey took on 2 people by herself and didn't need any saving. Luke for the
Wait a second. Hang on a second here. Let's look at these clips real quick. So, we got here.
Chosen one who will bring balance to the Force. But then again, Luke was being beaten up by a sand person and had to be saved by a Jedi, while Rey...
Okay, so that first clip was in the beginning of Star Wars A New Hope, right? Before he has any experience with training. Okay. But
took on 2 people by herself and didn't need any saving. Luke...
Hang on a second. Why are you, wasn't this from,
Rey took on 2...
I'm pretty sure this shot's from Rise of, Skywalker. So wait a second. So we're having here a shot of, from the end of a trilogy versus a scene from the beginning of another trilogy. I'm starting to see a little bit of a problem here with this comparison, Just a Robot. It's like saying, yeah, no, you know, people say Goku's a Mary Sue, but like, I'm kidding, no one says that. Goku works his butt off in every scene. So again, and let's be honest here, everyone takes down stormtroopers. Luke Skywalker also takes down several stormtroopers in his first appearance. I think he takes down way more than Rey in A New Hope than Rey does in the entire trilogy. I think. I could be mistaken. But I digress.
2 people by herself and didn't need any saving.
Also, we don't actually see Rey take out those 2 stormtroopers. Could have been anyone on the Millennium Falcon coming out.
Luke, for the most part, had to learn how to use the Force, while Rey can master every single Force ability, including...
That's an odd one, too, because you show Luke training, but then you show the end of Last Jedi, where she's been through training. About just as much training as Luke was at that point in the story. Oh, boy. Okay.
Including Force lightning without any training at all.
Well, that's because it's not really training. That's more instinctive... of an instinctive attack in that point. She's shocked by her ability because she taps into something that she shouldn't tap into. Further, just using an ability is not the same as training to develop an ability. This is what we call something Rey did not want to do, but accidentally does because she is reckless with her abilities and desperate, and taps into something that shouldn't have been tapped into. This scene is also seen as a bad thing because she thinks she kills Chewbacca and fails to accomplish what she's trying to do. That's very different than, say, Luke deliberately using the Force to, say, direct the photon torpedoes into the tiny hole he's supposed to be hitting. So again, I see your argument, but all your evidence is actually kind of proving against your point. I don't know. I don't think this really does what you're trying to do there, Just a Robot.
Rey knows more about the Millennium Falcon than Han Solo. And without any training with a lightsaber, she can go toe-to-toe with a guy who was trained by Luke Skywalker.
Okay, so I've discussed the Millennium Falcon thing in my YouTube Critics Are Lying to You video. I think that point is often way exaggerated in terms of what actually is happening with this over slightly, since I have more room now. I think that scene is very over-exaggerated in terms of what's actually happening very often. Because the thing with the Millennium Falcon scene is you have Rey come in. She's been on Jakku for a very long time. She's been with the Millennium Falcon with its modifications, and she knows the modifications added to the Millennium Falcon after Han Solo lost the Millennium Falcon. So, naturally, she's going to know what was added to the Millennium Falcon after Han left. Like, it's not really doing anything other than saying, hey, while you were gone, they added this compressor. The compressor's right here. I'm just going to rip that right out of there. Let's fix that right away. Very quickly and abruptly. I mean, you don't know what long-term damage it does. She just rips it out. So, saying that she knows Millennium Falcon better than Han does, no, she just knows specific things that would change about the Falcon and general mechanics of ships because of her experience as scavenger. It's a lot of stuff that's like, these are old talking points that just aren't effective anymore. Aren't as effective as they could be. But he's repeating them up, I think. Meow Neon, thank you for the super chat. Always Star Wars. Star Trek fan Zeltree, when, Anthony? Thanks. Well, if you want Star Trek bad takes, you should watch Lily Orchard's new video. She has a bunch of bad Star Trek takes, as well as saying that I'm terrible in it. So, got that going for her. She's also I saw in some people say that she, that some people are now, like, attacking, I don't know, it's just a whole thing. I won't get into that video now. There's more important things to do than that at the moment.
Now, the term Mary Sue was...
Also, one thing out, too. Unlike Luke, who is never shown to use a short-range weapon, Rey has experience with close quarters combat with her staff. Now, training with a staff is very different from training with a sword, admittedly. But it's still skill. It's still a talent that she has, and she's still used to combating people with short-range weapons. So, again, I digress.
Originally created in 1973, a few years before Star Wars even started. An author by the name of Paula Smith wrote a Star Trek parody story where the main character's name was Mary Sue. The story was made to make fun of Star Trek fan fiction, which often had main characters who were absolutely perfect in every single way. In other words, they were Mary Sues before the term Mary Sue was even a thing. There are different...
yeah, kind of, sort of. That's kind of it. It was really also making fun of, like, the wish fulfillment fantasies of some fan fiction writers, which, you know, listen, people don't really change all that much. They just change how they do things. The same bad fan fiction tropes you see today still existed back in the 60s and 70s, except they were distributed across fanzines, which were mailed across large distances. The Mary Sue trope was kind of meant to be a tongue-in-cheek parody of that. But it also focused on how all the characters would fall in love with the main character as well. It wasn't just simply that they were powerful, it's that everyone in the plot adored them, and that they could just solve all problems and still be eternally beloved, no matter what happened. A lot of writers nowadays, when they write wish fulfillment characters, aren't really doing much different than they did back in the 50s and 60s and 70s. Also, the gender of the person didn't really matter. It was more how that character reflected the wishes and desires of the author creating them. I do not believe that J.J. Abrams necessarily wanted to be Rey, despite writing and creating Rey. So that already divides Rey from your standard Mary Sues back in the Star Trek fandom. We got a few super chats here I'm going to read out loud. The release Golden Hero, or I'm having trouble with your name here. It's just getting cut off a little bit. Thank you for super chat all the same. Rey mostly breaks the right thing with the universe's help and her machine's background. Star Wars fans, that's BS. Yeah, exactly. She knows a few specific things. She does those few specific things. The series of movies often gives some evidence, sometimes more effectively than other times, why she knows those things. And people react as though she has no reason to know anything, even if it's happening in plain sight in front of her. Yeah, it's a good point. Nick Wolf, thank you for the super chat. Honestly, the more unrealistic thing about Force Awakens is that Rey, in-universe Star Wars fan, doesn't recognize the Millennium Falcon, calls it junk. Yeah, that's fair. That's the most unrealistic part that you wouldn't immediately know what the Millennium Falcon is. That's valid. Although it is, in fact, absolute garbage in the universe. It just happens to be piloted by really skilled pilots. Proof that it's not the machine, it's the who uses it that matters. For Mega, thank you for the super chat. Regarding Rey beating Kylo during the first fight, even aside from his injuries, I always just imagined the point was because she put her trust in the Force at that time, the Force guided her. Yeah, I would agree with that. It's the same reason why Luke is able to take out the Death Star. He puts his faith in the Force, and the Force guides his hand in the right way. If you're going to say that Luke firing a 1 in a million shot isn't being a Mary Sue, then Rey getting a lucky shot on Kylo Ren, a man who's already very injured and has been fighting this whole time. Don't forget, Chewbacca blasted his side open with his blaster, which we see later on is enough to, blow holes through solid space metal and send multiple stormtroopers flying with one impact. If he can take that and still be standing and still keep fighting, that proves that Rey's fighting a target who is badly injured and still holding her own. That's impressive. Dr. Theo, thank you for the super chat. Used to watch Jar sometimes and enjoyed them, but watching what he's done from vids I didn't watch, and now I want to punch a mirror for ever liking him. Well, I mentioned this before. We, on our journeys online, will encounter YouTubers who will like and who will grow out of, and that's just fine. Sometimes we watch YouTubers who we find out later on, hey, they weren't particularly cool. That happens, and there's nothing to be ashamed about for liking someone who you now realize was a bit of a heel. This applies to Jar, this applies to Lizzie Orchard, this applies to any number of people. Hell, it may even apply to me eventually. So that's the cycle of things on this platform. Anyway, let's keep going.
Levels to Mary Sue's and Gary Stews. If you want to call Luke a Gary Stew, you can if you want to, but you will also have to say Rey is a Mary Sue. Also, no, power level does not really decide if a character is a Gary Stew or a Mary Sue. Yeah, Krillin would be a Gary Stew in many other series with his power level, but since he's in Dragon Ball where everybody's crazy powerful, the only Gary Stew moment he really gets is hooking up with 18. Another good example for—
Okay, let's back up a second there. He is actually right about something. I do want to point out when he's correct. Power level has nothing to do with Mary Sue-ness, if you want to have that as a factor. It's all about realistic skill level based in your nature. Kyla, I'll yell at you before you get to that point. Yeah, that's valid, Kyla. You would yell at me before you do something like that. Kyla is a great friend. I was going to say. No, but yeah, power level has nothing to do with any of these discussions. It's all about how power is framed in the narrative. In terms of skill level, in terms of potential. Krillin getting with 18 is not a Mary Sue moment or a Gary Stew moment. It's just Krillin being Krillin. Krillin has game that apparently no one else understands, but let's be fair, he's got it. And now we're going to talk about Harry Potter now, aren't we? Yeah, power level's bullshit. Power level is one of the worst things that happened to Dragon Ball Z. It's I know it was mused to make fun of those discussions, and it's meant to be like a parody, but people just unironically took power level at totally face value and didn't realize it was a gag that means nothing. So I digress. The people who insist on power levels mattering are basically the same people who would use a scouter and go, "Ha! Your power level is only 4. That means I'll win," and then they get their asses kicked by Goku because he's suppressing his power level. Baichi Apiodera, thank you for being a member for 3 months. You also have a Hornet watching you in Ultraviolet. Oh God, do I have a Hornet watching in Ultraviolet? Do I have a Hornet here? That's wild. I'm not sure I get the reference. I feel like I'm missing something. It's been a long day. I had a whole thing. Krillin's a short king. Agreed.
For Gary Stew is Harry Potter from, Harry Potter. More so in the first book and first movie than anything else in the series. When Harry Potter first entered the Wizarding World, pretty much everybody loved him. Why? Because he killed the Dark Lord when he was a baby.
Skip it up and that up.
He has a vault full of gold, and his best friend is poor to make himself look more rich in comparison. Despite being in a school full of kids who grew up in a world full of magic, Harry Potter is the only one to make his broom fly to his hand. And then he immediately learns how to fly on the broom and becomes the youngest seeker in Hogwarts history. I could go on, but I think you get the idea. But then...
Yeah, that's the thing too. I think Harry Potter has more quote-unquote Mary Sue moments than Ray ever does. Like, because Harry Potter, his whole thing is he's pure wish fulfillment. His whole thing is he is the one who stopped the Dark Lord, Voldemort. He is this kid who is able to uncover these massive puzzles that stump adult wizards with his friends pretty conveniently. And he avoids a lot of dangers. He beats the bad guy because the bad guy touches him too much. And the touching, and because he has a barrier of love all around him, it's the one thing that can stop Voldemort. And like as the books go on, it gets a little less so. But even then, the fact that he's able to kind of do everything that he does across the books is proof he's a little underqualified, especially considering that he really is only good at Defense Against the Dark Arts. That's his one class that he like succeeds at, and yet he has all this clout among his peers, as being this great wizard. When not really. Again, oversimplification. It's not that cut and dry. The films really cut out any of the moments of weakness for him, but the films also cut out Spew, which definitely recontextualizes a lot of J.K. Rowling's actions after the fact, when you consider that she had a whole plot point about how house elves should be enslaved. In fact, the fact that bad Hermione ever questions the slavery of house elves, and that they're just meant to be slaves because that's just what they enjoy. They're genetically designed for that. Again, recontextualizes everything when you read it through that lens, but that's a whole other hornet's nest I'll kick later. Apiodera is the family name for bees, hornets, and wasps. Oh, now I see. Now I get you. There we go. When you think about it like that way, Harry Potter has a lot more problems than just he gets his broom fast. He goes fast in his broom. Oh, you don't know about this? You don't know about Spew? You don't know about the whole Spew plot from the fourth book? In the fourth book, Hermione, who, by the way, J.K. Rowling has stated she always intended to be a black woman, decides to form a club to liberate house elves because she sees them as being enslaved, which they are. And everyone in the world, everyone around her goes, no, Hermione, what you're doing isn't right because house elves want to be slaves. They want to be enslaved by wizards. It's in their nature, Hermione. And Hermione's like, wait, that sounds kind of terrible. And we're creating a system of oppression that keeps house elves from doing anything. And the only house elves that reject slavery are either oddballs like Dobby or become alcoholics like Barty Crouch's house elf. Yeah, Harry Potter's really fucked up when you think about it. Anyway, Angels, Art, and Gaming. Thank you for the super chat. Funny today, I rewatched a Harry Potter video. Yeah. Oh, that's funny. I do want to make another Harry Potter video at some point because I feel like there's a lot of territory to even touch upon, which is just wild. The Release Golden Hero. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, turn captions on. Yes. Okay, I'll turn captions on too. What do you mean? He was willing to let the world die for her and stayed to fight a super bugman that everyone in the area knew he had no chance at. I'm not sure what you're referring to. He was willing to let the world die for her and stayed to fight a super bugman that everyone in the area knew he had no chance at. I'm confused at what you're referring to. Is that super bugman? It's not Harry Potter, is it? Super bugman? I'm a little confused what you're referencing. Oh, it's Krillin. Oh, Krillin. Oh, we're talking about Krillin. Okay, Cell. Oh, Bugman, Cell. Oh, I got you. He was willing to let the world die for her and stayed to fight a Bugman, and everyone in the area knew he had no chance at. Yeah, no, Krillin's amazing. Krillin is awesome. People, it took a second for me to realize you meant Krillin. Golden Heart Soul. That's your full name. I'm so sorry. Oh, Krillin. There we go. I thought we were still in Harry Potter for some reason. I was thinking, like, when does Harry Potter put his neck in the line out for anyone like that much? No, Krillin is badass. I love Krillin. Hermione, Iron, thank you for the super chat. Hermione scarred a young woman for life for petty reasons, and nobody cared. Not one character ever brings it up at any point, except for Cho Chang, and then everyone talks down to her about it. It's really bad. The Release Golden Heart Soul, thank you for super chat. He used a magic wish to make her life just a little better for nothing in return. Krillin is Riz Goat. Also, it's still Heart Soul. Just add golden. Lol. Hey, fair enough. Golden Heart Soul. Gotcha. Sorry about that. Sometimes on this platform, names get cut off. It's ridiculous. But no, yeah. Krillin's great. Krillin, I feel like Super does a lot more with Krillin than the last season of Z or any of GT does. I'm happy about that because Krillin has always been a really great character. Yeah, just a good guy. The only good cop.
No, why do people hate Rey so much more than Harry Potter? As I said before, there's different levels to Mary Sue's and Gary Stu's. Pretty much every main character from anything ever have a few Mary Sue and Gary Stu qualities to them. Goku was raised by Gohan, one of the strongest fighters on Earth, and he's descended from an alien warrior race. But he also trains a lot, sometimes for years without stopping. And no matter how strong Goku gets, there's always someone stronger. And many characters in the series...
I'm a little confused by something here. Okay, so... Goku being a member of the Saiyan race doesn't really give him that much of a boost, considering that all the humans are also on par with him until you get to, like, his training under King Kai. Like, yeah, he trains constantly, but he's always on par with guys like Krillin. He's on par with guys like Tien. He's a low-ranking Saiyan, and the Saiyans themselves are a low-ranking alien race in Frieza's armada, I guess you can say. Yes, he has Super Saiyan transformation, but that's not a factor until the end of the Frieza saga, which is roughly halfway through the bigger arcs of Dragon Ball. And after that point, you go into cosmic levels of training, which is just training, and then even the humans can kind of get to that level to an extent, as is the case with Tien or Krillin, or even Master Roshi in Super. And again, it's all about power escalation, and the characters trying to do new things to keep up with the escalation, and all of them do have that perspective. Also, when you have multiple Saiyans and people who are trained in different perspectives, having one character be trained by one particular figure isn't that big of a deal. Also, Grandpa Gohan is not the strongest fighter in Dragon Ball. I would argue that at the beginning of Dragon Ball, the world's strongest is Master Roshi. Again, because who Goku trains under later and seeks out to train under. And you can tell this is the case because when the world's strongest comes around, Dr. Wheelo, is that Wheelo or is it? No, Miu is, no, Dr. Wheelo goes after Roshi first, because 50 years ago, Master Roshi was the world's strongest fighter. Again, I think you're misrepresenting the discussion here, Just a Robot. It's not about power, it's not about how many special things you have about you, it's about how you're framed in the narrative relative to everyone else. That's an important component, I think. Also, Grandpa Gohan is killed by Goku as a big monkey. So, there you go.
Series have a lot more unfair advantages compared to Goku. Naruto starts off with the power of the Nine Tails, the most powerful tailed beast at that time. He's a descendant from the 4th Hokage, and he's a reincarnation of the son of the Sage of Six Paths. That was a lot of hubs. But the reason why not too many people call Naruto a Gary Stu is, well, he was socially isolated for 12 years. And he's also an orphan on top of that. But hold on a second, Just a Robot. Rey was an orphan and also socially isolated.
Let's take a step back here a second. Naruto's power was also limited. You know, he has the Nine Tails inside of him, but it's a big deal when that comes out. That being said, though, yeah, Naruto does have more of those kinds of qualities than, say, Goku does, because his power kind of jumps in when convenient in these massive spikes. Yes, he does train, but he gets his, like, emotional power up very early on, and that keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. But Naruto is also a series full of absurdly powerful characters. And people do reject how Naruto is so broken in his own story sometimes. Especially when it kind of makes other characters feel less important by comparison. There's a reason why people still love the Gaara versus Rock Lee fight from early on, because Rock Lee is someone who trains consistently. He has no natural ability. He just works so hard his body breaks under the strain of his own training. That's some cool, compelling stuff. You have the barrier. How do you supersede beyond less power? Well, you train yourself to the point where it's insane. And even then, Naruto's not a Mary Sue either, because he deals with the emotional struggles of being isolated. What grants him so much power is also what grants him so many dangers in life. He's isolated because of his nature. And he didn't, and also Rock Lee didn't win. Yeah, he had all that training and still lost. It's a great fight, but they did Rock Lee dirty in that sense, certainly. But yeah, no, saying that Naruto's a Mary Sue is very problematic because Naruto's one of a caste, and he trains. He's not born at max power. He develops it over time and goes through many fights where he almost dies, you know? So, that's a factor.
But plenty of people call her a Mary Sue. What's the difference? Well, it's because after Rey meets Finn, she has no issues, no failures, no anything. Anyone she comes across falls at her feet and worships her. Han Solo offered her a job after only knowing her for like 6 hours. Naruto failed.
Okay. Let's stop a second here, right? Shortly after that scene where Han Solo offers Rey a job, arguably, Rey gets captured by Kylo Ren in 5 seconds. She has no chance. She gets force stopped in midair, dragged, and pulled. When Rey is with Han Solo and Finn trying to escape, Rey fails to stop Kylo Ren from killing Han Solo. Rey ends up fighting Kylo Ren to a standstill before the planet breaks apart. She fails to stop him. And at this point, Kylo Ren's been injured. Come The Last Jedi, Rey gets basically, she gets poked around by Luke a little bit. She is out of her depth with Luke. She fails to find satisfaction in the dark side, and it's implied that her power is equal to Kylo Ren's because they're a dyad in the Force, so to speak. They're kind of yin-yang opposites. When Kylo Ren brings Rey to meet Snoke throws Rey like a rag doll. She fails to even remotely trouble Snoke. It's only because of a sneak attack by Kylo Ren that they're able to beat Snoke. It's only because Snoke's pride is so great, and he doesn't notice the obvious threat that he's beaten. It has nothing to do with Rey's power. In fact, Kylo Ren does it. And even then, when they fight the Praetorian Guard afterwards, it's only thanks to Kylo Ren's help that Rey's able to survive the attack. They have to work together to win. So yeah, she does struggle. She does fail. And even with Luke, she struggles to get Luke on her side because Luke is so demoralized from his experiences. The only fight that Rey wins is at the very end of The Rise of Skywalker. That is the only unambiguous victory she has. In The Last Jedi, her biggest accomplishment is helping the Resistance escape through the back door by lifting some rocks. That's her biggest accomplishment in The Last Jedi in terms of saving the heroes. That's the only unambiguous victory she has. So, yeah, Rey doesn't really do all that much. Compare that to Naruto, who's instrumental in countless fights during multiple ninja wars, has god powers inside of him, and manages to stand up to some of the best ninja around. It's the best shinobi around. And Harry Potter, too, beats like adult wizards, adult dark lords. As an 11-year-old, as a 12-year-old, he's able to figure out what the Chamber of Secrets is, a mystery that held Hogwarts hostage for 50 years before that, and then beat Tom Riddle, the younger version of Voldemort, in seconds. Like, he's given all the tools he needs to succeed every time. Rey fights the same guy 5 times, fights to a standstill almost every single time, and only wins once against her rival, and beats one particular bad guy who is only by using the same technique that someone else used to beat him decades earlier, that being Mace Windu with the lightsabers crisscrossed and reverting his force lightning. So yeah, Rey loses too, a lot. these arguments always seem to twist that and ignore huge chunks of the Star Wars movies to make it to fit their agenda of saying Rey's terrible. And Rey's not exactly a great character, but her accomplishments are always fairly small. There you go. Anyway, yo, thank you for the super chat. Hey dude, first time seeing you live. I think you'll have a better time with Jar. He is not nearly as annoying as Lily. I'm inclined to agree with you there. Lily is a lot. She's exhausting me, quite frankly. And I'm going to mail her cease and desist into her home soon enough, so we'll have that when it comes.
Fails constantly and has people look down upon him, or they treat him like an idiot. Remember that scene in the first season of Naruto when Team 7 is jumped by 2 ninjas? Everybody else was able to fight them off, but all Naruto could do was, well, get injured. And then Sasuke made fun of him.
You're not hurt, are you? Scaredy cat.
Could you imagine anything like that happening to Rey in Star Wars?
Yes, it happens right in that scene, actually. Just keep it running for a few seconds more. She gets frozen in place by Kylo Ren and dragged off and shackled up in hostage situation. She gets her butt kicked a lot in those movies.
Now, I want to say this. Rey is not a Mary Sue. She is the Mary Sue. She is the reincarnation of the past lives of every Mary Sue, and then she goes into the Mary Sue state to activate all of their powers.
Hello, the Jedi.
Shut the fuck up, I will fucking laser you with alien fucking eyes and explode your fucking head.
Some people...
Jar, what does Rey actually accomplish in any of the films? Really, think about it for a second. What does she actually get done? She fights the same guy like 5 times and never definitively beats him. She trains under Luke and learns how to move a few rocks around. She gets thrown like a rag doll by Snoke. She ends up leaving an opening for Kylo Ren to help her beat Palpatine. She manages to Uno reverse card Palpatine's one attack on himself and just lets him blow himself up, because that's how it happens in both the prequel trilogy and the sequel trilogy, apparently. Which is dumb. I will admit the way that Palpatine's beaten is pretty silly, but it's just, Palpatine's like a rotting corpse at this point. He's barely even like alive. So she just kind of beats someone who's already been beaten. How is that the Mary Sue? I can name multiple characters who are far more overpowered than Rey in their continuity. Way vastly more. Rey is just simply... Rey accomplishes less in her film. Hell, I can name an example. Anakin Skywalker. When he was 9 years old, he was able to stop the entire Trade Federation in a ship he had never actually piloted. Now, I know he did pod racing and all that, sure, but flying a low-level ship across fast turns and all that, whatever, that's one thing, sure. 3-dimensional space and combat with lasers flying at you, very different. Especially 3-dimensional space and navigation and all that. And being able to solo an entire army on his own. That's a bit of a big deal. I don't get it. Rosen Germain, thank you for the super chat. Jar seems to think Mary Sue equals girl who doesn't revolve around a man. Yeah, exactly. And even going off the knowledge and being humiliated, Luke Skywalker talks down to Rey from the moment she arrives on that planet, on Octu, whatever. Like, he mocks the shit out of her. And in many ways is very justified. He has a lot of points, he says, that are, hey, that's a fair perspective, And Rey doesn't really have a counter to that. She just has idealism. And that idealism helps break Luke free of his issues, but she never refutes any of the points he makes. It's always... you need to have hope in the darkest of times. That's not a refutation of anything he said. That's more saying, hey, you could give up to misery and pain, or you can try to fight for a better tomorrow, which isn't a refutation. It's an alternate perspective. That's the key difference. Rey is not the Mary Sue. She's just a character. And she's not a particularly great character, but she's also not a particularly bad character. She's just there, People make a big deal about her for being the weakest of the 3 main trilogy heroes. But the thing is, she's also up against a foe that is far weaker than Palpatine. A foe that's far weaker than Vader. And even then, she doesn't beat him until the 3rd movie. So let's be blunt about this. Anyway. Nick Wolf, thank you for the super chat. It also happens in the original trilogy. When Vader lifts Palpatine, the lightning gets out of control and winds up shocking himself and Vader before getting shafted. Yeah, Palpatine's force lightning is cool, but it's not very effective. Jar seems to think Mary Sue, girl doesn't evolve around a man. Yeah, also very true. And Apophis, who I hope does not hit us in 2029. If you, a couple of NASA nerds got that joke. Thank you for the super chat. The first time Rey beat Kylo was after he got wounded by Chewbacca's crossbow. That's been shown to one-shot everyone else. Yeah, and not only did he get hit by that, but he ended up fighting Finn, who is a trained combatant, and then just fighting Rey. And Rey only lands 1 hit on Kylo Ren. Just 1, and it's a shallow cut. And the planet rips apart, so they are both able to break apart. So even Rey's victories are very personal and very small. She doesn't blow up a Death Star. She beats 1 guy in a fight once. 1 guy who's not even fully trained. You know? Like, these aren't accomplishments that people really think are that great. Like, yeah, Kylo Ren is powerful, but relative to who? You know? Alright, next drink right here is Oktoberfest. Good Sam Adams here. You know, not bad. Oktoberfest is my favorite Sam Adams beer. If you like those, these are pretty good. But unfortunately, I don't think they make them into November, sadly. Yeah, just about good. I'll probably have another one of these because I have to finish these up. Arend Alpha Eagle, thank you for the super chat. Weak protagonist, weak antagonist. So what I'm getting from this analogy is the sequel trilogy is rather weak. Well, in terms of power level, certainly. I would argue that the sequel trilogy has weaker characters than in the prequels and original trilogy. And that's fine. I don't think necessarily you need to have power escalation to make a story compelling. The threat has to be proportional to the level of characters you're fighting. That's what I think anyway. That's why I think something like Logan is so compelling. Even though they're fighting just normal people, the threat relative to what state they're in is about equal.
Say that Mary Sue is a sexist term, and it can be, but I'll give you an example of a female character who isn't a Mary Sue. Korra.
Wait, what? Female character isn't Mary? Oh, I thought you said... I misheard him. Sorry, my mistake. I am glad you're saying... I thought you said a Mary Sue isn't a female character. I know I misheard that. Anyway, but no, Korra's great. Love Korra.
Yes, Korra has a few Mary Sue qualities. She is the reincarnation of the Avatar, and both of her male teammates are hitting on her, and she ends up with a female partner at the end. Oh yeah, and she's the first Avatar to ever use metal bending. But she...
In fairness, metal bending was invented just the previous Avatar cycle before her, so there's only been one of the contenders for that. How is her having a love triangle and ending up with a girl a Mary Sue trait? Did George just say that gay people, that bisexuals are Mary Sues? Am I Mary Sue? I have guys hit on me all the time. It's wild. The other day I went to the store with my spouse. I think it was like one of the Yankee Candle places. And there was a guy at the checkout, and he was very flustered when I got there. I don't know why, but, you know, whatever.
She also has to train, and she fails, like, a lot. Honestly, despite Legend of Korra being way shorter than Naruto, I think Korra might have even more failures than Naruto. So
yeah,
now we know
fair.
the difference between a Mary Sue and someone who just has a few Mary Sue qualities. But what about Gary Stews? Well,
here's the problem too I have with this discussion. What qualifies a Mary Sue quality? Because so far, you're not really establishing that very well. Again, with a discussion like this, it's always a good idea to outline at the beginning, what are these traits? Because what Jar is doing is acting as though these qualities are self-evident. That by saying it's a Mary Sue trait, that it inherently is obvious. Oh, well, it's a Mary Sue trait. You know, like power levels or like people falling in love with you, or not having adversity. You got to outline these at the beginning. I believe that Overly Sarcastic Productions is a really good Mary Sue video where they go over, here are all the classically associated tropes and traits with Mary Sue characters. Here's why they aren't really a good indication of anything, because tons of characters have these traits. You know, it's like tons of people have lots of love interests. Tons of people get loved by everyone. You look at a character like Toru Honda from Fruits Basket, for example. Toru Honda, it has no strength whatsoever. She is a very weak, very frail girl, especially in the face of martial artists who can like fight bears and whatever. But her trait is that she's just very easy to love, and she's very empathetic. She loves people. She just wants to make people feel good, and her empathy comes from a place of pain. She does come from a place of agony and real torture in her side of her soul, but she has a bright outlook that helps others feel better, and she's able to bring peace to people who are dealing with a lot of trouble. I've seen people argue Toru Honda is a Mary Sue, even though by all accounts all she has is just empathy. She's just a kind person. That's the trait, and she earns love by being kind to others. Does that make her a Mary Sue? I would say no. All right, a couple quick super chats here. The release Golden Heart Soul, thank you for the super chat. In all fairness, the prequels follow Super Space Jesus, while the originals follow the son of Super Space Jesus. Yeah, entirely. Anakin is absurdly powerful because he is Space Jesus, basically. And again, we kind of have like the Lord of the Rings trait, where each progressive age is actually lower in terms of power level than the previous one. Because of that, the stakes get higher because there's fewer and fewer people around to help support the status quo, so to speak. Rosen Germain, thank you for the super chat. OSP mentioned Red really hit the nail on the head. Yeah, I've said before and I'll say it again. I love OSP. I think they're really cool. If they ever sent me an email and said, hey, Anthony, we need to do a thing for us, I would like drop everything and do it for them. That's how much I love those guys. Anyway. So, let's keep going. So again, I agree with him on Korra. Korra is not a Mary Sue. But a lot of people will call her a Mary Sue. Nick Wolf, thanks for super chat. Oh, he did not call Giovanna a Mary Sue. I really hope not. If he calls any JoJo character a Mary Sue, I'm going to throw something at him.
Well, look no further than Kirito from Sword Art Online.
Okay.
In the story of Sword Art Online, Kirito, along with a whole bunch of other people, get trapped within a video game. Pretty much every single female character hits on Kirito. He gets the lolly, the tsundere, the MILF, the furry, and even the basic bitch. Oh yeah, I almost forgot his sister, cousin, is even into him as well.
So, wait, why does Lily Orchard hate anime when you have this kind of stuff? I'm sorry, I had to make that joke.
Every supporting character combined doesn't have half the power of Kirito. Anyone who doesn't like Kirito or Kirito doesn't like end up becoming evil, dead, or both. Kirito is the most powerful player. The only one who's more powerful than him is the literal creator of the game, who turns out to be evil and Kirito only loses to once. When he goes into a new game, in just a few days, he defeats the best player. It barely added anything to the story, but he did it anyway because he's Kirito, goddammit.
Also, I should also point out that he brings hacks into the game. He basically hacks a game, bring mechanics with him that shouldn't apply logically in that game. Yeah, Sword Art Online sucks. Okay, controversial opinion. Sword Art Online, kind of terrible. Can't stand it. Not a fan. First arc is okay. After that, all downhill. Not a fan of SAO. And I will laugh at you if you say that somehow Rey is more of a wish fulfillment character than Kirito. Kirito is just... Well, the thing about Kirito... Okay, let me get into this. Hailstorm, thank you for the super chat. I feel this quote isn't appropriate since it's Jar, and we're talking about Gary Stews. From SAO Abridged, well, how would you like me to mock you then? I take requests. I love SAO Abridged. Such an improvement on the SAO, I think. Okay. Arend Alpha Eagle, thank you for the super chat. So being the protagonist of a harem anime makes you a Gary Stu. Okay. Yeah, again, that's the complaint I'm getting from this. Listen, the reason why Kirito is a bad protagonist is because he encounters no struggle. He just is the best at every game. And yeah, in the first game, it's like, okay, he is a beta tester, he's had some experience, but after a few months in the game, that experience should probably not be as effective. And there should be cases where he should struggle a little bit more. Or maybe vouch for an option that doesn't require putting his life on the line. You know? Think a little outside the box. But he has the same solution to all problems. Just slash it, really slash it. And it would be good if we saw him grind a little more, but he'd be kind of all the grinding and leveling up is off screen in the first arc of SAO. And from there, he's just the best all the time. Forever. I don't know. I'm seeing a random message in chat. Me and my friend are having a debate and we need your input. Compared to apple juice, how good is orange juice? Thank you for your response. I'd say orange juice is better because I think it's better all year round. It's a smoother flavor, whereas apple juice has a bit of a... No, I'm thinking apple cider. Apple juice is more of a mellow taste. I like the acidity of OJ a little more. But also I'm biased except for OJ with pulp. So there you go. Rosen Germain, thank you for the super chat. Speaking of SAO, the only thing I ever saw as a Mary Sue trait was how non-main character male characters in otaku fantasy light novels are treated. Yeah, that's true. And I think it's also interesting when you compare isekai stories like Sword Art, which center on a male character, to isekai stories that center on a female character. Like, for example, Magic Knight Rayearth. Magic Knight Rayearth, the protagonists do succeed in the first arc, but that success comes at a tremendous cost. There is a deep sacrifice they have to make to succeed in Magic Knight Rayearth's first season. And that sacrifice is disturbing. For a show aimed at young audiences, it's a disturbing twist. It's on brand for Clamp, who just is twisted, but I digress. Spoops, thank you for the super chat. Pulp lovers rise up. Yeah, okay, here's how much I love pulp. If I make a screwdriver, pulp's in there. Pulp included. Crazy Kaiser, thank you for the super chat. A fellow pulp enjoyer. I salute you. Yeah, I love this. Pulp Nation, rise up. Get the Willis Golden Heart Soul, thank you for the super chat. Again, wow, I'm getting a lot of super chats today. Wow. Yes, but I believe I speak for all SAO fans. It's trash, but it's our trash. That in season 2 is irredeemable. Yeah, again, here's the thing. Here's what it comes down to. Listen, I want to make sure this is clear that everyone knows I'm saying this now before I get anyone offended or upset. If you enjoy something that's garbage or silly or goofy or hey, maybe you love it authentically, and I say it's garbage, my opinion, that's valid. Media is meant to be enjoyed, and I personally think the debate around media is interesting. I prefer having people disagree with me about media, and I go, okay, well, why do you think that? Why do you feel that way? I think it's interesting that way. I think the debate around media is so interesting. I think that's why I do what I do, because the discussion around entertainment is far more interesting to me than me just didactically saying, hey, this is the right way of watching a show, this is the wrong way of watching a show, and you're bad for liking it this way. No, fuck that. No, fucking like what you like. Life's too short for some jackass like me to tell you what to like. I can just share my opinion, my perspective. That's where it starts and ends. And if you think I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. I'm eager to hear good intentioned or good faith criticism. Bad faith criticism, whatever, I'm going to ignore it. But good faith criticism, it's pretty good stuff.
Ability to dual wield. It's not enough that he's the best, he needs to have an unfair advantage on top of being the best already. Personally, I don't understand why dual wielding is a special ability. I honestly think it's something every player should have, or at least have the ability to unlock. If you want him to dual wield, that's fine, but saying he's the only one who can do it is just plain ridiculous. I've seen this.
Yeah, I'm with him on that one. The whole dual wielding thing's weird because physically the game works is you're supposed to be able to do whatever you can do in real life in the game. My bigger issue is I don't think Kirito can physically do any of that. Like, why in Sword Art? Why didn't they ever have a thing where it's like, yeah, I do kendo on the weekends, so I'm gonna match my gameplay style to align with my kendo training. And, oh, I'm the best in the country, so I'm just the best kendo player, as opposed to like I leveled up my skills high enough to be the best. It's like, no, we can see the mix between skill level versus in-game level and kind of see that balance back and forth. I think that's interesting to me than just saying, oh, hey, I just leveled up the most and I'm a beta tester so I can unlock a special ability that no one else can get, you know. Also, no one else got dual wielding? I don't know.
It's done in Black Lagoon as well. The main character's name is Two Hands. Why is she called Two Hands?
Its name is Revy.
Because she dual
Why is
wields
she not Two Hands? She's Revy.
Whoa, dual wielding. That's so impressive. I mean, One Piece came out decades before these two animes. And in the first story arc, Roronoa Zoro can triple wield. And at the end...
I'm sorry, are you bad-mouthing Revy from Black Lagoon? Is that really the thing you want to do, Jar? You want to badmouth Revy? Oh my goodness. To Peer Clip, thank you for the super chat. Consider, Kirito can dual wield because he is bisexual. Hey, I accept that. I accept that. If that's the actual canonical reason why Kirito can dual wield, then he can dual wield more than just swords, you know what I'm saying? Anyway.
End of part 2 of Sword Art Online, Kirito freaking becomes a god of the virtual world. Now I could go on and on about Kirito, but honestly, Sword Art Online deserves its own video.
Sorry about that. I had a bit of a Korra-related situation.
Who's this
happening.
guy?
You know, if you don't know who I am, my name is Mr. K. Dragon Man. I'm the co-video editor for this video, as well as the guy that's done video editing for Salty DK Dan, Dai Tomodachi, Manga Comment, The Review Cave, just to name a few. But in order,
The guy's an editor? Like, okay, that's cool, I guess. Because I'm bored, thank you for super chat. Tony, please don't tell me you're a Kirito apologist. Oh, hell no. I think Sword Art's dumb as shit. You kidding? No. I'm not a Kirito apologist. I do have the couple of light novels of Sword Art in my bookshelf, but I am not a fan of Sword Art. Release Golden Heart Soul. Thank you for super chat. No, he was just doing a bit about dual wielding. Oh, I see. There you go. I was gonna say.
in order to help out Jar, I decided to come over real quick and further prove the point of why Kirito's trash by comparing him to another character, Natsuki Subaru. For those who don't know.
Oh, ReZero. Okay. David Deister. Wow, thank you for the super chat. Have you ever heard of a channel by the name of JJ Plagiarisms or seen any of his opinions in the Disney, Star Wars, and people behind the series? You know what? No, I've never heard of JJ Plagiarisms. That's news to me. I'll look it up later. That's interesting. I've never heard of JJ Plagiarisms. That's a new channel to me. There's a lot of channels out there I just never heard of. So if you know a channel I think it would be fun for me to react to on stream, just mention it to me and I can look into it. I can't guarantee I will watch it, but if it's interesting, I'll take a look. Rosen Germain, thank you for the super chat. I put a lot of thought into my Final Fantasy VII OCs, and one of them is a dual wielder to show his mad skills. Sephiroth still wipes the floor with them. Hey, that's valid. And listen, dual wielding is fun. I think, honestly, when I do D&D, I usually don't go for dual wielding. I like to do the two-handed weapons, usually, if I do like a physical attacker. But dual wielding's cool. I like the whole idea of the parrying. You know, the thing also is, a lot of people don't do this too often in media, I find, but back in the days where there were duels that would happen in with, you pull out your rapier and attack, there'd be something called a dueling knife. And it was kind of like a little knife that you'd have, and you'd knock aside the opponent's strikes. So if they tried to thrust their sword at your chest, you can swat it aside with the knife and thrust with the rapier, and get them that way. A lot of media does not do that too much. They usually have both swords be roughly equal length, as opposed to one offhand weapon they can use to attack or deflect or enhance their ability to fight, and the one attack they use the one weapon they use primarily to attack. parrying would be great with dual wielding, but very often in media you just see them slash twice, and that's kind of underwhelming. I mean, it's like saying, oh, if I have 2 attacking weapons, I'll be twice as good at fighting. But really, a lot of stories don't think strategically how you'd use that offhand weapon in a fight to kind of maneuver the way as like a dance to kind of leave your opponent open for one key hit. Spajek, thank you for the super chat. Speaking of channels you should look into, Manga Common falls into a similar camp to Jar. I know that Manga Common does not like me very much, so I can look into that. I know I've been on, like, when I was responding to Celtic Phoenix's video of me, I know that he had some commentary about some stuff about me that I think led me to believe he's not my biggest fan. That's okay. Because I'm bored, thank you for the super chat. I think Jar was the reason I was an anti-SJW when I was a preteen, until H Bomber Guy's video made me realize how silly people like him are. Yeah, agree. And H Bomber Guy too had a trajectory a lot like a lot of anti-SJWs. I know he had like a period in time where he was in like a hacking group back in the day that was very problematic, but he has mentioned multiple times that he got through that by realizing how silly everything was ultimately and how ridiculous all this is. And again, if I help you realize that, hey, this stuff is really goofy, why are you believing it? Hey, that's cool. That's a win in my book, you know? Anyway, so I digress.
Natsuki Subaru is the main character of ReZero. Now, you're probably thinking, so by looking at him, he's been given some sort of bullshit superpowers, and
oh god, this guy's mumbling.
The biggest, OP'est character in the entire show. Well,
no,
you're fucking wrong.
ReZero's great. ReZero's really good. I remember when it came out, I was kind of like hesitant on it because I'm thinking like, oh, you know, I'm so burned out by isekais. It's not going to be Konosuba, so why bother? I forget which came out first, if Konosuba or this came out first. I know I saw Konosuba first. But the idea of a Groundhog Day loop with a isekai storyline, it's really good. I don't love it as much as some people do. I just like it, but I get why people love it. It's legitimately great.
This motherfucker dies on a day-to-day basis.
Yep, Groundhog's Day.
He dies so much that his power is dying and coming back to a specific point that he can't even choose. The moment that he's sent to the isekai world of Laguncia, or Lagoon, he's essentially thrusted in thinking that he is the main character. That he is
gay cat
so
boy.
important that he has to have some sort of cool special power. Sad to say, that's not the case. In fact, we are fucking hammered this down again and again and again and again. Every single death being more gruesome than the other, because fuck you. Now, comparing Subaru to Kirito, you can see major differences between both of them. For one, Subaru, like Kirito, isn't a fucking goddamn judo master. Apparently Kirito can learn kung fu. He isn't a beta tester. He's just a normal fucking guy who just likes video games and is a hikikomori. And more importantly, women aren't flocking over to Natsuki Subaru. He literally earns every single girl's trust that ends up falling in love with him, having a crush on him, even admiring as a friend. He has...
Yeah, because ReZero is a good story. You know, the point of ReZero is it's meant to establish these impossible odds, both in terms of his love life, in terms of the challenges he faces. It's meant to emphasize that. And I feel like I just feel like this is a bit of an unfair comparison. Even though they are both in the same genre, everyone knows ReZero is great. Everyone knows Sword Art Online is just, it's pulp. It's media meant to be fun. It's not meant to be substantial. And by pulp, I don't mean OJ pulp, because I know the pulp gang is in the comments right now. But pulp fantasy. That is to say, fantasy that was published originally on pulp paper because pulp paper was cheaper. Stuff like the Conan stories. Stuff like, technically, H.P. Lovecraft's body of work. Sword Art Online is just goofy. Whereas ReZero is a little more elevated. But again, I digress.
To earn it. Kirito, on the other hand, has one episode with a bitch, and they're immediately in his fucking harem, including his little sis cousin Leafa. Alright, that's all I have to say.
Now, I mostly made this
Thank you for
video
your contribution.
because I've heard people saying, people who call Rey and Mary Sue are sexist, and they hate women. If there was a guy this powerful, they wouldn't say anything about it. Even though Kirito has been bashed for the same reason as Rey.
Right, but one exception does not a rule make. The exception proves the rule, because Kirito is exceptional in that people call him a Mary Sue. You've made excuses for every other male character so far. That's the problem. And you haven't even mentioned Anakin. Anakin Skywalker is way more Rey Sue-ish. Mel's the trash lord. Thank you for super chat. Anthony, you don't understand. I love Amelia. Hey, no. I hear you. I hear you. I think she was more interested in Rem personally, but I digress. Anyway, so I digress.
Granted, he hasn't been bashed as much, but Star Wars is way more popular than Sword Art Online. And the other reason why I made this video is because Gary Stews and Mary Sues aren't exactly the same in every way. The qualifications for being a Gary Stew are slightly different than the qualifications for being...
You gonna explain this in the last 50 seconds of your video? Okay. Okay, Jar. That's what you gotta say.
...a Mary Sue. For one thing, guys are way more into having a harem than a girl is. You don't...
Okay. You have not read Yu Watase's early work then, if you think that. Yu Watase loved giving her girls harems. Even the villains. She gave everyone a harem. Of guys. You ever heard of the reverse harem? Okay, so Jar, we can confirm, has never read Fushigi Yugi, the classic isekai series of the 90s that has since influenced works such as I'm in Love with the Villainess and... what was the name of that one work with the bisexual disaster, the isekai? I'm gonna cheat and look at my phone because I'm drawing a blank on her name. I can see her face in my eye, my mind's eye, like she's reborn as a villainess in the isekai video game she plays, and all paths lead to doom. What's the fucking name of the book of the light novel and anime? Reincarnated as reincarnated as a villainess? Is that it? No, that's not it. Okay, villainous anime. I was going to have in villainous anime, not the one where she's... Oh, My Next Life as a Villainess, all routes lead to doom. So that series right there is a great example of a massive harem where the main girl has every single character attracted to her. Every single one. I love that series so much. That is like... she is just like perfect. I just love her so much. Yeah, let me get a picture of her. This girl, My Next Life as a Villainess. Here we go. This girl is just she is the extra. She is so freaking extra. I love it. Here you go. Here's an image of it. Is this coming out in stream? Here you go. Cool. Excellent. So, there you go. So, I'm in Love with the Villainess. Just a great... My Next Life as a Villainess. Just a great series. Love it. This is a lovely little series. I think it's a lot of fun, personally. All right, a couple of super chats we got here. Apophis, again, hoping you don't hit us in 2029. Thank you for super chat. Again, did you not hear about Twilight? Yeah, he showed Bella Swan in the video, so he should. Hailstorm, how does Jar not know about reverse harems? You said reverse harems? I'm assuming it's a typo. Yeah, again, very popular. I guess you never had shoujo manga. Rosen Germain, Katerina and Maria even took leads in Angelique too. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no. So I think Jar just doesn't know what he's talking about. I think that's the vibe I'm getting so far, or he has a very specific knowledge that he draws from. Jar is somehow ignorant of the entire otome genre of games. Yeah, 100%. I'm seeing a Fruits Basket question. What was your... I asked someone who never gotten a Fruits Basket slow. Oh, isn't Fruits Basket an example of a harem series aimed at girls? Yeah, it is. It's really more of a love triangle, but... Because really it's just two guys who are the biggest options for Toru. Yuki and Kyo. Even though it's obvious from the beginning that she's going to end up with Kyo because he's just such a more interesting character. And Yuki is too obvious of the love interest. So you know she has to end up with Kyo. And Kyo is just like the outcast. He's just a great character. I love Fruits Basket. Yeah, that was one I really dug growing up. Just a lot. Yeah, so let's see right here.
You don't see Rey hooking up with 7 different characters in the same way you see Kirito doing that.
Again, read Fushigi Yugi. The whole series is the main character just hooking up with different guys. Not hooking up with different guys. She doesn't actually do that. She is a virgin until a certain point in the story. It's a key plot point. She's a virgin, actually. It's an uncomfortable plot point that the main character has to remain a virgin. Like, deeply uncomfortable to the point where that's a conflict that has to be... Man, Fushigi Yugi is a great example of a work that was written by a very young author, and you can tell. Sundrop Center, thank you for the super chat. Jar also made a cringy video defending Sound of Freedom, claiming it was only condemned by liberals, or as he calls it, them the mainstream media, because they're trying to hide something. Yeah, like all the people who funded the movie are actually child predators, and were the whole movie is fucked. And it's all based on nonsense. And the people who made the movie were accused of actual crimes involving children. So, I don't know. Look, Sound of Freedom is a whatever movie. It's very mediocre, but the fact it was made to push a certain agenda is the problem. But again, I digress. If I ever talk about Sound of Freedom, it'll be more nuanced than my off the cuff thoughts. But I don't like the movie. Anyway. I can see he's definitely conservative because he has the American flag. Alright. So, that looks like it? Is that the whole video? This is just a 30-second... So you only discussed it for like 20 seconds? That's your only difference between Gary Stews and Mary Sue's? That guys want girls? Are you in the impression that girls don't want girls too? My goodness. Alright. So, Gavin Kareth, thank you for the super chat. Hey chat, wanted to come earlier, but had an awesome birthday party. Hope the jar, just a roast, has been fun so far. Yeah, so far I think it's been so good. Yeah, so we can see he's a gooner already. Alright, let's go here. So the other one I wanted to go at was... What was the other poll? That was the CalArts girls are so evil, right? That was it? Okay, so we have time for a few more, actually. Well, we got through this early. I'm used to the Lily Orchard streams where we have like 15 videos in like one video per stream because it's too long. Jar is not very... so far, my impressions of Jar aren't particularly great. He's very surface level, and he seems to have a very limited perspective on media so far. Like, let's look at what he talked about in this whole video. He mentioned Star Wars. He mentioned the Star Trek fan fiction. He mentioned Korra. Mentioned Sword Art. Mentioned ReZero. And he mentioned, what else was there? Naruto, right? He mentioned those core works. And Harry Potter. So that's about 8 works. And they're the most popular works ever to exist ever. These are all mainstream anime, mainstream films, mainstream books. He didn't really go off the beaten path with any of this. And mainly, his only example of a Mary Sue was Rey. So recency bias there. You know, it's like... And he never cited a specific example. He spoke in very general terms. He was like, oh, you know, women, they're all like this and they're all like that. I do want to talk about his I want to rip off We Are Not Alive and go with his evil villainous one too. But let's go right now to the second winner of the poll, which is Why Are CalArts Girls So Evil? So let's go with that. Next.
Just a robot.
So, you guys remember that video from Jello Apocalypse I covered?
Oh, well, he also criticized Jello Apocalypse. That's great. Oh, Jar and I have an uncomfortable amount of stuff in common, not gonna lie. Anyway, let's keep going.
right? The one where he said he wasn't trying to tell people what to vote for, and then later admitted that he was trying to get people to vote Democrat. And let's not forget about all his emotional manipulation tactics.
Vote Like a Black Man was hanged from a tree for protesting police violence, and police killing black men just for being black.
Boy, that argument.
Look, Jello Apocalypse has a lot of problems. Let's be fair. But him telling you what way to vote, him encouraging you to vote a certain way is the least of them. His actions behind the scenes in the dubbing company and throwing the entire dubbing company under the bus when he didn't get his way, that's a much bigger issue. But I digress.
Did not age well.
Vote Like a Black Man hired 2 Nigerians to beat him up, so that he could claim that supporters of a president he doesn't like tried to hang him, because that is...
Wow. That's your takeaway? That's your response? Oh, fuck. That's your response to Jello Apocalypse's one. Oh, God. Dude. Smollett, really? Okay. Gloomy Fish, thank you for the super chat. Heads up, he really hates Amethyst from Steven Universe. Really? Amethyst? Amethyst is great. I love Amethyst. She's a great character. Like, here's the thing. I don't talk about Steven Universe that much on this channel because, frankly, there's not enough occasions to talk about Steven Universe on this channel. But I love Amethyst. She's a great character. Okay. All right. I may need more alcohol off this one. Okay, let's keep going.
is what's happening in America.
The major difference between my stupid argument and Jello's stupid argument is mine is actually true. It's only speculation that that guy was hung. The police deemed it a suicide. And yeah...
Oh my god. Are you seriously trying to argue against a lynching? Are you fucking serious? Oh, the police said it was a hanging. They didn't do it at all. What the fuck, man? Also, they didn't rule it as a suicide. They are investigating it as a suicide. That's substantially different than someone saying it was a... Oh my god. All right. You know what? What the fuck does this have to do with CalArts? What does that have to do with anything, dude? We're talking about cartoon characters. Why the fuck are you bringing real crimes into this? Holy shit. No, we're skipping past that. No, I'm not even touching that. No, we're talking about fictional characters. Why the fuck did you bring up a real death in your fucking beginning of your video? What the fuck is wrong with you, my guy? You know what? No. Hang on. You know what? I'll be right back. No. Chat, hang on tight. I'll be right back. This requires more of this. I'm not... No fucking way. No fucking way. Nope. Here we go. Okay, I'm back. Okay, we're back, guys. It's all good. But, what actually, why, Jar? What, of all the things you can say, by the way, I got another, Oktoberfest this time. What the actual fuck is wrong with you, dude? fucking seriously. What? Oh my god. Yeah. Okay. Let me catch up on some super chats I avoided. In the meanwhile, let me take a look. Okay. Hailstorm. I'm strangely missing Lily after this one. Also, what did Jello do? Okay, it's a complicated discussion. One of my earliest streams goes into the Jello thing, but basically what he did was he worked in an anime in terms of writing the script and tried changing the script. These changes were rejected by the studio. None of them went through. But after the anime was released, Jello started talking about these changes as though he got them made, and they were made out of ethical differences between him and the animated writers, which is really messed up as a translator to do. Rosen Germain, thank you for super chat. Jerry the Mouse is CalArts if you squint. Yeah, I guess so. Okay. Just Jar. Let me be frank with this. If people are going to your video to watch your content because they want to hear your opinion on CalArts videos, CalArts right there. That's the title. That's what you want to do. You don't mention hate crimes. You don't mention ongoing investigations as though you know what the fuck you're talking about. You are a media critic. You're not a police investigator. You're not a true crime expert. You're a media critic. Stick to fucking media criticism, all right? Don't talk about hate crimes. Don't talk about actual ongoing investigations, especially if you want to talk about in any authoritative manner about said hate crimes. Okay? Okay? Okay. Now shut the fuck up and let's talk about media. Okay. Big Man Sum, thank you for the super chat. Hi, first time catching a stream. Nothing to do with anything, just wanted to ask if you've seen any Doctor Who, new or classic, cause I'm obsessed. But also it seems it'd be up your alley. Yeah, I love Doctor Who. Doctor Who's great. I haven't been keeping up with it lately, but I was watching 9, 10, 11 religiously when that was still coming out. I kind of dropped off with 12, not because it was bad, I just had other things I had to do. I want to try getting back on it, though. Rosen Germain, thank you for super chat. Jar thinks CalArts isn't a general style of the era. Well, it's a specific weird thing. Also, the term originates from John Kay, so it's a terrible term anyway. Charles Aaron Millette, thank you for super chat. Palette cleanser. Our new kitten just jumped up for a snuggle. Her name is Morticia after Terry Pratchett's Mort. You know, I almost let Morticia Adams for a second. I love that. It's so adorable. I love cats. I'm allergic to them, but I love them. Chris, thank you for super chat. The first time seeing this guy in years, insane. I mean, first time seeing Jar in a while. I hear you there. No, if this video is as unhinged as the first 5 seconds of this, I'm gonna need more drinks than this. You kidding? No. I should have gotten something stronger, like an edible. All right, but that would have been probably unpleasant to watch. I don't think being high leads to a fun stream, but I digress. Maybe you disagree. Who knows? Anyway, let's keep going.
Recently binge watching his So This Is Basically series. But as I was watching it, I noticed something. A lot of main female characters from shows done in the CalArts style are really horrible people.
Hang on. Oh, you gonna badmouth Mabel and Steven Universe? Also, again, the CalArts style is a term coined by John Kay in the 90s. So this is not the CalArts style that John Kay was criticizing. He was making fun of stuff like The Iron Giant, which was made by CalArts students. So, The Iron Giant is CalArts, according to the original meaning of the word. So yeah. Nick Wolf, thank you, super chat. I think Mother's Basement said CalArts is easy to animate. You try to go super detailed on every shot, and you get the delayed/sloppy Uzumaki anime. Yeah, again, that's why these simple designs work for animation. They're easy to replicate, easy to animate, and there's fewer components to make sure you have an alignment. Simple for animation is better. Complicated for manga is better, but simple in animation, it's better. Just easier to animate and more efficient to create. It may not be gorgeous, but You also notice screw-ups a lot less. Because I'm bored, thank you for the super chat. A reminder that CalArts style was coined by John K. Vellucci and was actually referring to the Disney style, not bean faces. Yeah, again, same. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you're entirely correct. Splungus, thank you for the super chat. That OP Aningus, on par with a out-of-pocket Lily comment. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. 100%. I am stunned. Anyone would open up a CalArts video by referencing an actual death. It's animation. It's not real. All right? There are things that matter in real life and things that don't. Animation, in the vast scheme of things, is a great art form, but it's not life and death. All right? Keep it in perspective. Mel's the Trash Lord. Thank you for the super chat. Was only going to send one of these because tied on months, but want to say I used the shit on that Steven Universe until I gave it a legit chance. I had an IRL redeem arc, lol. Yeah, Steven Universe is great, but a lot of people, for whatever reason, think it's cringe or whatever, because they haven't seen it, or because they are going through that phase in their life where they're like, oh, hey, I'm an adult. I don't like any of that childish stuff, but it's pretty good. It's a good show. I like it quite a bit. It gets a lot of Sailor Moon's vibes, which I totally dig. Arend Alpha Eagle, thank you for the super chat. I don't know when or why CalArts style shifted from Disney Renaissance-esque style to bean mouth. Yeah, I don't know either. At some point it happened. And a lot of the people who work on these aren't even from CalArts. That's the funniest part. It's not even like all these animators are CalArts animators. I know someone who actually did study under CalArts animators at one point, and they have told me, rather he has told me, yeah, anyway. It's not that. Mian, thank you for super chat. Honestly, after hearing what he said about Cinnabear recently, I can't say I'm surprised by his crap takes. Yeah, I can't either. Wait till you see Jar's race swapping video. Alright, that's next.
Shows done in the CalArts style are really horrible people. Characters like Mabel.
By having her learn no lessons for 40 episodes, then watch as Marbles makes Dipstick give up everything so she can have summer free time and boys over and over again. And she's just totally selfish all the time. And they bring it up in universe and it just never gets resolved. Like, literally the devil calls her out on it.
Princess Bubblegum.
Wow. Are they actually agreeing on a bad take? Oh, I hate you both.
They quest for the sake of Princess Bobobo, the leader of the Candy Kingdom, who often clones and murders her own subjects. Watch as she causes the conflict in a third of the episodes, and then Jake causes the conflict in the rest of them.
And of course, Amethyst.
Remember that time Armrest traumatized Steven by turning into his dead mom to taunt his emotionally broken father, and then made up for it by cleaning their garage? Yeah. That makes up for that.
And I'm going to be going over these characters.
Oh my god. You know, my biggest mistake right now is only getting beer and not whiskey. This is going to be a rough one. Okay, this is going to hurt. First mistake I was going to be easy. It's my simple topic, jar, whatever, basic stuff, nothing too bad, just a nice little video. The good old times for the weekend. And then I had to watch this shit. Okay. All right. Now Bubblegum. Okay, you got an argument there. Bubblegum is a bit of a sociopath. That's an arc for her. Okay, I'll grant you that. Keep Amethyst's name out of your mouth. Keep Mabel's name out of your mouth. Okay. All right. Okay. Glad. Okay. By the way, Angels Are in Gaming. Thank you for super chat. Steven Universe helped me recognize I have anxiety. Yeah, it's a great series for that reason. There's a lot of good. Steven Universe has a lot of good. Okay, so let's address a few of these right now. So, Mabel's wants resulting in things happening. Yeah, that's the initiation of a conflict. But that's balanced by Mabel's generosity and kindness and empathy. Her decisions are rational and make sense given the conflicts. Yes, caption selling. I'm sorry about that. Yes, she does trigger a lot of events in the series, but her generosity is what pushes things forward because she's in fact a child. Amethyst, on the other hand, she's a very troubled character, but her arc is overcoming her insecurities and trying to find her own sense of place in the world. We see her at her lowest at that point. There are a few episodes at the end of season 1 where we see Amethyst deeply depressed and where her coping mechanisms just don't help her out anymore. It's a deeply sad arc. I thought the episode where she goes back to the kindergarten is deeply disturbing. I found it. It reminded me a bit, and this might be a hyperbolic statement. If it is, let me know. Of made me think of Evangelion episode 22. You know, the Asuka mind rape episode. Where, you know, all of the characters' insecurities are presented to us out in the open, resulting in people being deeply upset. Cartoonishi did okay because I'm bored. Thank you for super chat. Cartoonishi did a pretty good video defending Mabel. Yeah, exactly. Mabel's a good character. Teardrop Timothy, what's wrong with the part with Greg again? I saw the whole show many times, but never understood why people hate it. Well, it's because she's well, it's implied that it's because Amethyst is deliberately taking a form to trigger Greg's trauma, essentially, to manipulate her a little bit. And to kind of demonstrate her envy of Greg. Because she liked being with Greg, and Greg liked being with her, but not, like, in that way. And I think, like, that kind of... They're both poking each other's vulnerabilities a little bit. Yeah, no. It's a lot. It's a lot. Anyway. So let's keep going.
Characters one by one. Now, I want to make this clear for the people who are not too familiar with these shows. None of these characters I'm going over are villains or ever become villains. Except for Princess Bubblegum, but that was because of a magic spell. Now, I already said this stuff in my video on Steven Universe, but I'm going to repeat what I really hate about Amethyst.
What's that? I'm missing the fireworks! It's past midnight! How did I get so sucked into the show again? It's like everything else just disappears. Ugh.
Whoa, don't go.
I'm going to skip past this clip because it looks like we get a copyright strike if I keep playing it.
But if you try to leave and someone grabs you or a part of your clothing to get you to stay, that's red flag number 1. But again, nothing really that bad so far.
You mean like with Cinnabear where she... Oh, I'm not going to make that joke. Queen Lilith, thank you for the chat. I've only been here for a few minutes and it's already painful. Have a great night, Ann. Yeah, thanks, Lilith. Appreciate it. All right. I know a lot of people don't act like Jar or Lily, but seeing people with such bad critical thinking is goddamn painful. Yeah, Chris, I agree. Oh my goodness.
Here, look. I've got the 2-part Hawaii special.
But Steven really wanted me to do New Year's.
This is a case of a character who's deeply depressed, acting depressed, and desperate for attention and love from someone who she thinks will give her a sense of love. That's what this is. It's tragic storytelling. It's not evil, it's drama. It's human pain reflected well in a medium that a kid can understand. That's it. It's not anything complicated. It's not these grand statements of good and evil. It's, hey, these people are broken on the inside and are desperate for someone who can validate their lives and show them love and attention on their terms. It's someone desperate for someone there for them. And it's heartbreaking. It's sad. It should upset you watching this. It's designed to upset you to watch it. But it's designed to upset you because you're going to relate to one or both of these characters on some level. And that's sad. That's good writing. That's how writing should be. To dramatically connect to your mentality. And it's in the way the kids can understand, so it works out.
He'll be fine. He's Steven. He's tough.
I wanted to be there.
Here. It would have been like this. Whoa, fireworks! Hey, Dad, come on. Now let's watch some Little Butler.
Now, Jade Animations has done an excellent video on how manipulation works.
The way manipulation works is that it builds up slowly over time and is almost entirely emotional. Chad might instead start isolating Sally from her friends by nitpicking things he doesn't like about an individual person at a time. I don't like how Nick talks to a lot of girls. That's kind of weird. Don't you think Dawn drinks too much? That's not too responsible of her. Little implants like that can make Sally view her friends not as highly one by one and start trusting Chad more.
And that's exactly what Amethyst is doing. Except for she...
No, not quite. You're totally misrepresenting that entirely. In one case, in the Jaden animation bit, it's the abusive boyfriend is isolating someone from her friends by saying, hey, this person is bad. Don't do that. In Amethyst's case, yes, it is manipulation, but it's less abusive manipulation. It's more like, oh, hey, Steven will be okay. He's a good kid. Please be with me because I need you right now. That's the difference. They're not remotely the same thing at all. One is meant to isolate someone to control them better. The other is to keep a good thing going because they're so lonely that they want someone on their side with them. Yes, they're both manipulation, but the lack of nuance between these two really misconstrues what you're talking about. Also, it always feels weird seeing someone like reference Jaden animation like an academic reference. She's just talking about life experiences. She's not an academia person. She's an animator, yes, and she's funny and great. But you always get the vibe that they're like, when someone references Jaden animations in this way, it almost feels like fetishy, you know? Like they're kind of fetishizing her role. I don't know. It just feels weird. Because it's not done like an academic. It's not like if I said like, oh, Lindsay Ellis said this. Okay, that's because Lindsay Ellis is an authority on a certain topic and she has a lot of experience in media criticism, whatever. When Jaden Animation says it, she's just talking about life. She's not talking about like an academic discussion. She's not talking about an academic lens. You don't have to reference her to explain the idea she's talking about because you're usually talking about common life experience through a relatable perspective. It just feels fetishizing for some reason. But that's a perspective. I don't know if that's something everyone agrees with or not. Rosen Germain, thank you for the super chat. Examples where it's both forms is quite sad. Yeah, again. A great example of a case where it's both is Evangelion or Utena, how you say it. Both are great examples where characters are manipulative in some ways, but it's done where you can see the genuine human pain on display. It's quite sad.
She's not doing it to one of Greg's friends. She's doing it to one of her friends. And Greg's own son. What the hell?
Chris, welcome as a storyteller on the YouTube membership page. Again, I'll be posting Discord link for any new members to join up during this stream, so you can join on my Discord afterwards. Thank you for joining. Deeply appreciate it.
Amethyst, you know how I feel about shape-shifting.
Geez, sorry. I was just trying to cheer you up. Oh, that's right. I forgot you're so sensitive.
Again, this is where Amethyst crossed the line for Greg. It clearly messing with his trauma and his pain. And that's where Amethyst does step out of line. This is also the most extreme case of Amethyst misbehaving in the whole show. This is her cruelest moment in a series where she's usually a really chill person. And it's sad, but she also takes accountability. I should also add, she's probably, of the Crystal Gems, the first person to learn the lesson she needs to learn, and the best to embody that she actually has learned something. Again, something Steven Universe does so well is illustrate how characters are flawed and can grow. That's an important message to the audience watching it. Gavin Kara, thank you for the super chat. Not surprised uses this episode. It's super easy to misrepresent maximum capacity to make the show sound awful. Yeah, it is. Especially if you misinterpreted the characters are meant to be characters. Here's the thing. I don't like whenever someone says, this show has someone do something bad, therefore it is itself bad. It's a bad form all around. I think shows should have characters who are flawed. That's simple. My favorite stories feature characters who are flawed. I mean, again, I referenced Evangelion already, but hell, you look at Shakespeare, Les Mis, any of the horror stories I read, it's all flawed characters. You know, all of them.
I know you like making me uncomfortable, but it's not funny. I can't stay here and humor you. I have to be there for my son.
That's another common manipulation tactic. If someone doesn't do what you want them to do, start insulting them. And do your best to try to get them to think that they're the problem.
Jar, isn't that what you do with everyone else? like, here's the thing. You're saying this, but you just offended a pedophile. You know? Like, I don't know. And you're dating a girl. You have a girlfriend, apparently, and you're gooning after this pedophile? Like, that's fucked up, man.
Well, what about me, huh? I had someone who was always there for me until she started hanging out with you!
Don't do this, Amethyst. Seriously.
I bet you'd stay for her.
You wouldn't.
What? Do this? Hey, Greg. Turn around. Check it out.
God, this scene is so hard to watch. I can't believe it made it on TV. She just shapeshift into Greg's dead wife to mock him. Who does that? That's like some supervillain shit.
No, it's emotionally in pain stuff, dude. This is good storytelling. This is the great stuff. The stuff you want to see in media. The stuff that challenges you. That upsets you. Yeah, it does suck to watch. It is painful. Get the fuck over it. That's good storytelling. Stories should be upsetting. Stories should be challenging. See, people in chat mentioned someone just arrived. Oh, just stop. Oh, cool. Oh, yeah, what's up? I've never been able to watch Jar's media reviews for more than 5 minutes before, so this stream is already super impressive to me. Yeah, I know, I'm sorry. We've only gotten through 2 of these so far. Chris, thank you for the super chat. Dragon Ball just wants you to blow up planets. Vegeta does so the show says it's a good thing to do. Yeah, exactly. There's tons of characters who are goofy in this. Myeon, thank you for the super chat. Isn't Joseph Smith technically a Mary Sue character? You mean Joseph Smith, the founder of Mormonism? Yeah, I guess that would be technically. Yeah, from that perspective, I suppose so. That's funny. Yeah, no, just stops in chat. You know, thank you for stopping in. I appreciate it. Anyone who's like a major YouTuber who's in here, that's cool. I don't know what that's like. I'm really impressed. Someone else I think was in here too. That was. Oh, Thuman. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. It's really cool. I'm glad people are actually watching my stuff. It's wild. Anyway.
And Amethyst knew Rose Quartz a lot longer than Greg did. Yet doing this doesn't bother her at all. I guess she forgot to shapeshift a prefrontal lobe.
I know you're doing it! I want to be friends again, I really do! But I can't let you do this to me again!
Wait, what do you mean you're not gonna let her do this to you again? You mean this is not the first time?
Wow, Jar. You come to that conclusion on your own? Wow, that's impressive. It must have took you a few minutes to write that, figure that out. Let's keep going.
Greg, I don't mean to be a victim blamer here, but it takes a strong person to stay in an abusive relationship. But
it takes a strong person to stay in an abusive relationship? Jar, what the fuck are you talking about? Jar, really, what the fuck are you talking about? How the fuck did you think? Yeah, that's a good thing I'll say. I'll say it takes a strong person to stay in an abusive relationship. It's strength to subject yourself to pain out of desperation that this person you really care about will show you the love and respect you deserve and not simply treat you like a piece of garbage like they are currently. That's strength. It's heartbreaking. It's fucking tragic watching someone in a painful relationship, especially if you know that they're deeply in need of better love in their life. It takes strength. Fuck you, man. Really, fuck you.
takes an even stronger person to leave one. And now Steven is scarred for life.
Steven's been scarred for life the whole series. Get over it.
I don't want to repeat myself too much since I already went over this whole scene in my Steven Universe video. But goddamn, Amethyst is terrible. But that's just Amethyst. Now let's move on to...
No, we're not moving the fuck on, man. Shut the fuck up, you piece of shit. No. We're sticking around here for a little bit longer. We're lingering. We're lingering in the poop. No, I'm actually pissed off. No, that actually got me angry. No. Hang on. This actually found a way. I didn't expect to get angry this episode. I thought, oh, hey, I'll do a live stream, be a little fun, goofy, they'll shit on a few old opinions. Who gives a fuck? No, that actually pissed me the fuck off, actually. That actually got me quite frustrated. People who are dealing with emotional pain are not strong, they're not weak, they are people. We are all susceptible to it. And assigning a power level to how you deal with emotional pain, that is toxic as shit, all right? Here's what really just happens. You are desperate for someone to love you. You deserve someone who loves you. That's what it comes down to. You deserve respect in your life. You deserve someone who cares for you in life. If someone does not respect you, it's not a matter of strength. It's not a matter of emotional fortitude. Hey, I know, it takes a strong person to leave a person. I don't give a fuck. No, we're not doing that shit. If you're dealing with pain in your life, and if someone is not treating you with even half the respect you deserve all the respect. Don't fucking settle. Because they're not going to get any better. They're going to treat you like garbage, and they're not going to get any better at it. That's life. Do not assign levels of strength to the desperation people have for that opportunity of being loved. That is not strength, that is need. They are not remotely comparable at all. And the fact that younger audiences watched you and looked up to you makes me even more angry, because that means that you are giving a very bad idea to the younger people who are desperate for that need of life, of happiness. And yeah, maybe I'm going on a tangent. I might be going a few drinks already, so I might be a little more reactive than I need to be. I don't care. You need to respect. People deserve respect. And you are telling them that their desire, you're making it in terms of binary, in terms of good and evil, not in terms of people who are deeply screwed up trying to reach out desperately. The show emphasizes that this Amethyst is not acting a way that should be acted. Yeah, 100%. But in the process, it illustrates this is a toxic relationship, and that there are ways to maybe bring a toxic relationship into a healthier one. To work on yourself. To find out, why am I so desperate? Why do I need this? Why is my first reaction to do this sort of thing? It's not a matter of good and evil. It's a matter of people being people being problematic. It's a great case for forgiving yourself and allowing yourself to improve. It's a sad situation. And it's a great situation because it's a great chance for the storytellers to address a tough topic. And the fact that you're saying people are wrong for being desperate for people's affection, and then defending a fucking groomer. Absolute bullshit. Absolute fucking bullshit. All right, who we got here? Gloomy Fish, thank you for the super chat. His Amethyst takes were what started me seeing how toxic he is. He actually badly affected my mental health, and I didn't even realize it until then. Yeah, 100% I can see that. Yeah, I can see him really making you feel miserable for your emotional needs, because he's acting like if you're desperate for emotional stability. And Amethyst isn't even the most toxic character in the universe. Let's be perfectly blunt. She has a low point here. It's not a pattern of behavior. It's a pattern of desperation. And she tries to apologize right afterwards. She knows she screws up and tries to make up for it. And never screws up this badly again. That's the key difference. She doesn't say a useless platitude and move past it. She realizes what she did. When looking at it, when Steven steps in, she realizes, fuck, I screwed up. And she says, I screwed up. Not that this situation was screwed up, I did something wrong. And she goes from there, and from that point onward, becomes a better, stronger, more efficient person. She realizes, oh, hey, this is wrong of me. I did something wrong. I have to do better to address my needs in this pain. And it means a lot. It's a good storyline. I ran into Alpha Eagle. Thank you for the super chat. Didn't Jar immediately follow that garbage take with that it takes an even stronger person to leave an abusive relationship? Yeah, he did. He did. But the first part is enough to make me get pissed off. It takes strength to leave a relationship. No, it's not strength. It's that frames it in such a toxic mentality. It pisses me off. Whether or not you stay in a painful situation is not strength. It is how you feel, you know? There's a lot more to it than just this. I hate how he oversimplifies it. I really do. Because it makes it so that you're basically subjecting yourself to pain. Willingly, I might add. Charles Aaron Mallet, thank you for the super chat. Palette Cleanser 2, my other cat has joined my lap. Kitten is purring. It's asleep on my arm. Both are purring. I love that visual. It's so beautiful. I do love cats. I'm allergic to them, but I love them. He acts like this bad moment is exactly what Amethyst acts for us to show. Yeah, he does. He acts like this is this lowest point for the character, shortly following another lowest point, is how she acts the whole time. You know, I love a good toxic character because I feel like they're really good at examining the flaws of human nature. My favorite character in all of fiction, personally, is a deeply problematic character. I mean, I'll just say it right now. My favorite fictional character, and I've read a bunch of books. I've read a bunch. I have a master's in the field of literature. My favorite fictional character is Asuka Langley Soryu from Evangelion. I love that character. Great character. Extremely toxic. And in a way where she does not actually try to get a forgiveness at all for anything. And it's heartbreaking. It's tragic. It's tragic what she does to people. And it's part of the tragedy of her character. It's a great character. And she's desperate for validation and is toxic about seeking validation. And it sucks. There are scenes where you're watching that show and you're like, oh my God, this is painful to watch. And it hurts seeing how depressed she is and how... I think the most depressing scene in Evangelion, in my opinion, is the scene in episode 22. It's in the director's cut version where they have a little couple extra scenes in it, where she's just in a bathroom, she's having her period, and she's just has a freak out, and she just flips out. Like, she just... In this bathroom, she starts screaming and crying, and it's sad. And it's so heartbreaking, and it's so depressing to watch. Because you know that feeling. You know? Even if you've never done that before in your life, you know that desperate, thrashing emotion where you're just begging for something to, like, validate your pain, and nothing's coming. And that's so heartbreaking. It is so painful. Yeah. It fucking sucks. It's a shitty scene, and because it's so shitty, it's amazing. Like that stuff bites, man. Like that still gets me. Like, I saw it as a teenager. I got it. I saw it as an adult just recently, and it still. And I thought, oh, I'm an adult. I'm fine. I'll watch and I'll be okay. No, that still bites. That still sucks. And because it sucks, it's great. Yeah, that's rough. Anyway, Queen Lilith, Jar really willing the jackass lottery, huh? I feel bad for anyone being in a relation with this man. Yeah, especially if they like Cinnabare. Yeah, exactly. Oh man, that's rough. Anyway, let's keep going. Let's get to Mabel.
Princess Bubblegum.
Oh, Princess Bubblegum, sorry.
Easy Peasy did a fantastic video on why Princess Bubblegum is one of the most unlikable characters in all of Adventure Time. I'll link it down below. It only got 50,000 views, and it definitely deserves a lot more.
She almost committed genocide by secretly freezing the core of the Fire Kingdom in an episode where one background character seemingly died on screen because of her actions, all to get access to the Fire Kingdom's weapons of mass destruction, despite she herself having the exact same weapons of mass destruction and having them working 24 hours a day to protect her kingdom. On top of that, she helped the Fire King construct a prison cell to contain his 2-year-old daughter in it for the rest of her life.
This is just a taste of what Easy Peasy's video is like. He of course goes over many more terrible things Princess Bubblegum has done, but about 70% of the video is all the terrible things she did to Lemon Grab. But unlike Amethyst, the writers seem to be aware of just how evil Princess Bubblegum is. For example, Princess Bubblegum creates this very powerful creature called Goliad. It quickly turns into an evil dictator, and it's only stopped after Princess Bubblegum makes a Goliad 2.0. The reason why Goliad was evil while the other one was good is because the evil one had Princess Bubblegum's DNA and the good one had Finn's DNA.
I don't understand. If Goliad and Stormo are the same, how come Stormo was a good guy?
Oh, that's simple. I used some of your heroic DNA in Stormo's recipe and not Goliad's.
But then again, pretty much
Wasn't Ezpez the guy who called Steven Universe and what the what the a red alpha eagle? What? He called Steven Universe a Nazi? Oh my god, what is with these people? Oh fuck, man.
Everyone in Adventure Time is pretty terrible.
Watch as Finn rebounds off a war crime McGrime onto a literal flame demon, who then dumps him for being too creepy.
Now we're gonna move on.
Are you really using Jello Apocalypse's joke video as like an actual depiction of what the show contains? Myeonyan, thank you for the chat. The takes and vocal dissents jarred you are jarring. I heard you there. Okay. That's great.
On to the third and final character. Well, I think most people would agree with me on Princess Bubblegum and Amethyst. A lot of people really like Mabel, and I totally understand why. I liked her character for the longest time. But then I saw this video from CC West, where he goes over everything he doesn't like about Mabel's character.
Wait, so she's like the most easily influenced person in the world. I really like this thing until this other person said it was bad, and then I realized I was wrong for having an opinion. This is actually really depressing. I like how you're promoting other creators, that's cool, but like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? Really, seriously. Shark jumping walrus. Have to go to bed? I wish you luck with this. Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Or girl, I don't know. Either way, thank you. I appreciate it.
And it's nearly an hour long. After watching the entire thing,
a whole hour,
I realized just how
a whole hour long, huh? Well, that's impressive. I've never done an hour-long video before. But seriously, are you just borrowing other people's opinions in this whole video?
How much of a guilt trip?
Like, it's 12 minutes long. This isn't a long video. Come on.
Trip Mabel is.
She guilts Dipper into sacrificing his happiness with Wendy so that she can get Waddles back. In the deep end, she makes Dipper sacrifice his nice job and quality time with Wendy so that she can rescue Mermando and return him to the ocean. Now, I will admit, this one isn't quite as bad because she's saving a life, but it's also bad in a different way because there was no reason it had to cost Dipper his job.
Now, if you want to watch the full video, I highly recommend checking it out. I will link it down below. Now,
it's been a while since I've seen Gravity Falls. I will admit, I didn't prep for every video I'm going to click on because I've been watching any of this crap before I started. But, I don't think it went that way. I feel like there was a little more complexity to this. Oh my goodness. Yuki Utaware, thank you for super chat. Strength is not the factor that needs to be applied. It's ridiculously oversimplified the way to look at it. Fuck off, Jar. Yeah, I agree. Fuck off, Jar.
No, the problem isn't just that Mabel is guilt-tripping.
Ant, heads up, that guy that Jar talks here is a predator. Oh! Oh, really? They're a predator. Oh, great. Great. We're just assembling a team of assholes, aren't we? Oh, great. That's fantastic here.
Dipper. If someone guilt trips you so you'll take a day off of work and drive them someplace even though they can easily take an Uber, is one thing. But Mabel's guilt tripping is a bit more extreme. To Mabel, a boy that she just now has a crush on is more important than a laptop that could have secrets on it that could have changed the course of human history.
Yet, how dare a 12-year-old have personal priorities that benefit themselves? That's so unrealistic. Oh my god. Gavin Carra, thank you for super chat. Fun fact, the CC West video doesn't exist anymore. Can't imagine why. Chris, thank you for super chat. Oh wow, nice super chat too. I could talk more than an hour about stuff I dislike with Mario Odyssey, but it's still one of my favorite games and still an amazing game. One person's opinion means nothing other than their own opinion. 100%. 100%. People fetishize opinions a little too much sometimes. They act like their opinion matters so much. It's an opinion. If I say something, it's my stance. If I say something sucks, then that's that. Simple as that. Nemo Bush statue. Thank you for super chat so much, even though there's nothing in the message. I appreciate it all the same. Also, take an Uber. That sounds like a personal statement. People in chat mentioned that too. That felt like a weird line read. It's like that's like, you know, he had someone who was like, he was upset he had to give a ride to for some. You know, Jar was, a friend asked Jar, hey, can I get a ride to the airport? And they were like, oh, I don't fucking want to do that. You know, call an Uber. You know he did that at least one point. I don't like driving to the airport either, but if a friend desperately needs it and there's no other option, you know, grow the fuck up and do it.
In sock opera, Mabel refuses to help Dipper with the laptop because of yet another vain crush. And she doesn't just let him work on it himself. Oh no. She guilts him into helping her with the puppet show instead.
Now granted, we later found out that the laptop really wasn't that important. But Dipper and Mabel didn't know that at the time. In fact, Dipper thought the laptop had information on it that could have saved the world. Now, we all know that as soon as Mabel finds something she's interested in, whether it's a boy...
Yeah, but there's no time limit. So, there you go.
...a new hobby, or a friend, she will leave Dipper and not help him out with anything at the drop of a hat. But if Dipper leaves Mabel because he gets a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that would not only help him but the entire planet, she flips out!
Is she really so horrible that she would deny Dipper his potential destiny as a world-saving hero just so that she could keep him in this abusive, parasitic relationship?
Mabel, to me...
You're a special kind of stupid, aren't you? You're a unique kind of dumb. Okay. She's a 12-year-old girl who has things that she thinks are the most important things in the world. And you're saying that makes her evil for not seeing the same value in things that Dipper sees in these particular things. She's not a 25-year-old person who has a mature perspective of their own balances. She's 12. She's a 12-year-old girl. And from the way it's framed, you get why she's so passionate about these topics. She's very passionate about everything. And she doesn't understand necessarily how Dipper feels. So it's not like she's deliberately choosing to hurt Dipper. It's that she has a certain thing she wants to have done, and it's in that perspective that she does it in. People are stupid in general. People are dumb 5 minutes ago, let alone when they're 12 and preteens. Jar, did you have any siblings growing up? Did you have friends? Did you talk to people? They don't have any ill will towards each other. They're not asking someone to cut their arm off for the sake of the society. They just do things, and they have immediate desires, and they ask for help, and they don't always see every single thing that the other person sees. They're not psychics at all. Rose and Jermaine, thank you for super chat. Do you think the pines parallel the stands? I guess maybe. Who knows?
Me seems like one of those people that if she broke up with someone, she really wouldn't care all.
Looks like tonight is Antlion versus Predators. That's terrible, Minute Wolf. I love it.
That much, but if someone broke up with her, she would either fall to her knees and start sobbing or throw a tantrum. And on top of all of this, Mabel is a total hypocrite.
In Boys Crazy, she kidnaps several times with the help of Candy and Grinda. As if kidnapping them wasn't bad enough, she then proceeds to teach them nothing about the real world and keeps them essentially as human pets. And
he has no opinions of his own, does he? He's just citing other people's opinions and referencing them as his own. His argument isn't supported by evidence. His argument is the evidence. This is bad.
Producer is locked up and the boys should be free to go, Mabel lies to them against Candy and Grinda's word and has the boys throw the two of them out.
So Mabel thinks what this producer is doing to these boys is wrong. So she frees them. Once the producer is captured, she doesn't let them go. In fact, she starts using them for her own benefit, which is exactly what the producer did. Now, I've talked a lot about hypocrisy on this channel without really explaining.
Wow, Jar, thanks for summing up the point of the episode. Wow, it's so remarkable. It's like you're the writer or something. How dare you say the point of the episode is a flaw in the episode? I'm so stunned by your immediate, brilliant observations about storytelling. You're so smart, Jar. You're so clever. You're a smart cookie. Get a cookie. You're a smart guy. So clever. Much clever. I'm impressed by your intelligence and sophistication at analyzing the obvious bullshit happening in front of your fucking goddamn eyes, you dumb fucking idiot. He's so smart.
Why I hate it so much. The reason why I hate hypocrisy is because it shows that a person either has a complete lack of self-awareness or they'll apply a moral code to other people while not applying it to themselves. So why do I think that so many of the female main characters done in the CalArts style are just horrible people? Honestly, it's probably just a coincidence. But if you want to come up with a conspiracy of your own, share it in the comments section down below. And to all my patrons out there, next week is going to be the Patreon shoutout. And patrons, don't forget to send me a request for what my next video topic should be about.
Okay. We got this covered. Clearly this is an unusual thirst. Okay. My spouse was slightly concerned for me, but it's okay. We got this covered. She asked what's wrong, and I just said I'm watching Jar, and she did not understand because she has not watched YouTubers. Okay, so what are the super chats I missed? Just some artists. Thank you for super chat. Myeonyeon. Q comes Todd. Yeah. Okay. We have here some bullet bourbon. My spouse assured me that I could not bring it upstairs unless I brought water with me. So I drank a gallon of water on the way up here. And then... Okay, so what did we learn here so far? Jar, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I mean that legitimately. What is wrong with you? You are a very frustrating human being.
How you doing, Jar?
Okay. I'm not stopping yet. We're gonna keep going. I didn't think he'd be this stupid. I really didn't. I didn't think he'd be this irritating. But he's skilled in some ways, I suppose. Skilled in the ways of infuriating people to make them question why they do anything. Why did I join YouTube? Why did I do any of this? This is a question I'm asking myself right now, and only right now. Stephen O'Connor, thank you for the super chat. The point of Gravity Falls is family. Dipper is making the mistake in pushing Mabel away in favor of Ford's fellowship, like Ford did to Stanley. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. How can you get it? How can everyone get it? But the person who has fostered an audience that is so massive as Jar's, who is seen as an authority on so many topics, can't get basic details of storytelling that everyone else can get, who has eyes wired to the back of their optic nerves into the brains that they use to comprehend data around them. How can you and every other human being get it, but this person cannot? That is the question of the day that I don't expect anyone to answer, because the answer is probably annoying and disappointing all the same. Hey, look, listen. Lily Orchard's easy to get. She's very self-centered. Makes sense. Jar, I don't know what the fuck he's on. Meow, thank you for the super chat. No, meow, thank you for super chat. Important question. Rather deal with Jar or Lily? Well, I'm saying Lily a cease and desist, so I guess I've already dealt with her. I don't know. Hard to say. Is devil you know versus devil you don't know? Hard to say. Because I'm bored. Did you see Terrifier 3? No, actually, I've not yet, but I want to. I do want to see Terrifier 3. I've just been busy. It's been a busy couple of weeks. I've only been able to watch one movie in the theaters, and it's Venom 3, which was... I think I'd rather watch Terrifier 3, personally. Wow, a lot of Illumation videos here. That's disappointing. Okay, chat. Chat. Let's look at more recent Jar. All right. We looked at his biggest videos. I think. Let's try finding a video that's not too long. Tapir Clip, FMK, Jar Lorch or Critical Drinker. I'm not answering that one. They're real people. I can't do that. No. And they're all awful options. There's no... I don't think any of them would be good at what I need in terms of F. Definitely none of them are M material. And I'm stopping myself there. 19 Inches of Venom. There we go. Okay. All right, let's do another one. You know, chat, I'm turning it over to you guys again. Chat, get ready. Time for another poll. Which one should I watch next? Should I watch... Take my ring off because I'm getting bad circulation there. Should I watch Dangerous Future of TikTok? Should I watch Downfall of Disney Empire? Should I watch... What's this? Relatively short video. I don't watch the 3 hour. If this is successful, I'll do the 3 hour ones later, but like not for right now. Sound of Freedom video. That's an option certainly. Or race bending. Where's race bending? Oh, the Witcher one's like an hour and 40 something minutes. That's a little rough. Blackwashing or blackwashing. I feel like I already know what people are going to say. All right. Let's see what we got. Place your bets. Poll starts now. I know there's 725 people watching. Holy shit. Why are you watching me? I have no idea. I'm not that great. But we'll go with that. And listen, there are way more jar videos. If you want me to watch more, tell me and I'll subject my liver to it. I mean, I'll watch them. Oh, wow. We got a lot of votes already. All right. We have a lot more in chat who haven't voted yet. Place your bets. Now's your time. Direct the position of my video. I know usually about half of the voters vote, so I'll probably cut it off around the 350, 370 mark. Unless you guys are always lazy and stop at like 225. I mean, I guess you could, but like, come on. There's more of you there. I know, I see you. Because I'm bored, you missed my super chat. Did I? Let me scroll through. I miss it. Oh, I see now. Because I'm bored. FMK, Joker, Art the Clown, Eddie Brock. Well, I'm gonna obviously, Eddie Brock is the Mary. It's a good Mary. Art the Clown, F. Joker, no way. You can't pay me to go further with Joker. Joker's too frightening. Art, I'll take Art. I'll go around with Art. Marry Eddie though. Eddie's marriage material, even though he is divorced from his wife. So I digress. Okay, looks like it's a no-brainer here. Blackwashing wins by a lot. Okay. 23 minutes. This is the longest one so far. I'm expecting it to be very articulate, and I'm sure it's not going to piss me off whatsoever.
Oh boy, I can't wait to dare.
Also, I should mention right now that my upcoming video on forced diversity will probably be in some way benefited by this experience, as much as I hate it. Thuman, unpopular opinion, blackwashing doesn't exist. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't exist. Blackwashing is not a thing. Whitewashing's a thing. Blackwashing is not a thing. Here's my opinions right now, because I'm sure some people are not my regular viewers and thus are not used to my takes. I do not think that blackwashing is a thing at all. Mine too, but that was when you... Sanskrit, thanks for the chat. Mine too, but that's when you went AFK, lol, no big deal. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, no. Anyway, let's keep going. Oh, yours also went unread. Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me read your super chat. I'm so sorry to you. It took a second for me to get what you meant. I'm so sorry with you there. Where is it? Hang on, let me look for it. I'm so sorry. I don't see it on here. One second. Let me take a look at this. I'm so sorry. Sanskrit. Here we go. I'm so sorry. Here we go. It's good. Sanskrit. I'm so sorry for not reading your super chat sooner. Let me take a look at that. Why do people with the world's worst takes always use shows for little children as their examples in videos like this, LMAO? I love shows for kids too, but they do not understand anything more mature. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing too I find very strange. You're right. You're right about that. You're totally correct. A lot of these YouTubers, they'll go on these kids shows for some reason. Like, they don't watch anything more sophisticated. I think it's because they don't want to engage with more mature media, right? This is speculation. I'm not saying this is the case, but a lot of the times on YouTube, kids use YouTube, right? People under the age of 12 use YouTube. And they're searching for things they like. So the algorithm rewards these pieces of media that kids watch. Whereas adults tend to watch media in isolation. There was a thing a while back when Yellowstone first came out that a lot of fans of Yellowstone weren't taking to social media about it. So a lot of Twitter users were like, wait, Yellowstone's the most popular show, not like the new Marvel thing or some fantasy show. No, it's Yellowstone because more people are watching Yellowstone than your Marvel stuff. And it's because people don't talk about the media that's unusual or more, not unusual, more mainstream. They talk about more fantasy, science fiction, horror even. But Westerns, drama, that goes under the radar. I think people like Just a Robot are just falling onto the algorithms proposed shows. Because in reality, tons of shows out there are different, are interesting. But they just don't fall into the stuff that the algorithm picks up on. Thuman, I get harassed to this day by racists for drawing myself a Sailor Moon. That fucking sucks. Sailor Moon's great. If you're drawing yourself a Sailor Moon, go for it. I think it's awesome. I don't think I've seen you draw yourself a Sailor Moon, so I can't speak to that specifically, but I think your artwork's probably fantastic. I think it's great. People of color who cosplay as Sailor Moon, who draw themselves Sailor Moon, it's some good stuff. And I am always cool with people drawing themselves in interesting ways. There's one artist whose work I followed. He is a black gay man. His name eludes me. He drew a ton of Sailor Moon stuff back in the day. It's some good stuff. It's some great stuff. Anyone who loves Sailor Moon, I think, is cool. I think. Anyway, so I think your work is probably fantastic. I can't speak to it specifically. I don't know if I've seen it, but it's probably fantastic. I think Thuman's art is so good. Let me take a look at Thuman's art. Thuman, I'm gonna highlight your art. Oh yeah, your art's fantastic. Here's Thuman's art. Let me bring some of this down real quick. This is beautiful. Oh my god, yeah, your art's fantastic. Hang on, let me bring some of it up. This is really good. Let me get actually some of your art, so I'm not just bring up your Twitter or something like that. Let me bring up the. This is legitimately really great. Hang on, 1 second. Yeah, no, your art's fantastic. Oh, this is a Oh no, this is reaction looks like. This is beautiful. You drew yourself as Kiki from Kiki's. This is great stuff. This is beautiful artwork. Let me bring this up. Hang on. Yeah, this is great stuff. If you're watching this, I think your artwork's okay. The dimensions aren't so great, but this is legitimately great stuff. This is good. Yeah, no, you're doing fantastic. No, don't show. I'm so sorry. This read your message. I'm so sorry. Yuki Udaware, thank you for the chat. Yellowstone angered me. I grew up in the area. Bad. Hey, I take your word for it. Meow Meow, thank you for the chat. Me once again wishing I saw more people talking about Horizon Zero Dawn and HFW. Yeah, 100%. No, yeah. No, Thuman, your work is fantastic. I'm so sorry for like embarrassing you about your work, but no, that's good stuff. That's really good stuff. I love the Kiki stuff. Listen, any creative who loves Kiki's delivery service, I'm with you on that one. That stuff captures creative burnout so well. And I think that any artist who draws themselves as a character who's not traditionally black, but draws them black or whatever, who cares? It's fun. Thank you. If you feel shy, yeah, you feel shy because you're talented. That's the thing, and you're self-conscious as a creator. But you have talent. Anyway, what's the drama about? It's just people being jerks. That's what it comes down to. Anyway, let's keep going.
We're into the new Disney live-action Little Mermaid movie. But before that movie comes out, I want to talk about everyone's favorite topic.
Also, I want to point out one thing too. Just a robot. Your voice sounds better without the fucking augmentation. Just stick to that. The faker it sounds, the worse it sounds. Talk about blackwashing my channel and people weren't happy. I still stand by it though. Hell yeah, stand by it. I'm with you on that one. 100%. 100%. Stand by it.
Blackwashing. You see, black hair is much more curly, it has a much different texture, and it's far thinner than the hair of white people, Asian people, or any other type of hair that non-black people have. That is why I recommend for all my black viewers to use Professor Dreadlock's new conditioner. It will make your hair far easier to manage. And as for another blackwashing tip, you can... Hang on a second. I just got a call from my agent. Apparently, I'm not talking about the right kind of blackwashing. Okay, let me look this up real quick.
Well, Jar, that joke took you how long to figure out? That was the best you could figure out? That was the joke you made? That's what you went with, huh? That's the one. That's what you went with. Wow, you're a fucking dick. The guy, thank you for super chat. Oh dear God, this guy is so freaking obnoxious. Yeah. Welcome to the club here, I guess. Oh God, this fucking guy. Oh my God, he's such an asshole. Oh, fuck you, man.
Oh, that's what blackwashing is. Oh, okay.
You had no idea.
Now you've probably heard of the term whitewashing before. It's when a documentary, comic book, movie, TV show, or possibly even a video game makes a character who was originally supposed to be black, Asian, Native American, or some other race into a white guy. So I think it's obvious enough for you to put two and two together and assume that blackwashing is when they take a character who's white.
Rosen Germanian, thank you for super chat. Didn't Shakespeare show whitewashing's more common? Yes, actually he did. And historically, very common. Great example of this would be the character of Othello. Othello is a Moor. A Moor is someone from North Africa, the Middle East, etc. Whatever a Moor is, it's a term made by Europeans about non-Europeans. So take it with a grain of salt as what applies to a Moor. It applied to any dark-skinned person who the Native Europeans had an issue with. Oh, captions. I'm so sorry. I keep forgetting that. I'm so sorry by disaster. My mistake. I keep forgetting that detail. So Othello was not played by a black actor until 1825, where he was played by a black actor who played on the Docklands of London. I'm drawing a blank on his name. Ira. His first name is Ira. I forget his last name. But he was only played sporadically by black actors for the next 170 years. The first film appearance of Othello as a black actor was the mid-90s on film with Laurence Fishburne. Laurence Fishburne as Othello. Wow, I've had a little too much alcohol. Laurence Olivier was the one who did him in blackface horribly. Among the other actors included James Earl Jones, Avery something. Anyway, Shakespeare. Oh, they meant Shakespeare. I don't know what Shakespeare is. No, Shakespeare, though. So I'm going to hate this video, and I hate myself for choosing this topic. Let's keep going.
Asian, Native American, or some other race and makes them black. Now, I've already made a video about how I feel when it comes to race bending, and how I feel about how diversity is done in my video, Diversity, the Right and Wrong Ways to Do It.
Yes, trust the white man to tell you how to do diversity correctly. I'm sure you would also complain about Chinua Achebe making things fall apart in response to Conrad's Hearts of Darkness, simplifying the colonization process of Africa and saying, hey, kind of weird how it works about Africa. Don't actually focus on people who live in Africa and their culture. Kind of fucking racist, actually. This is why, if you're a media critic, you have a wide diet of media, not just simply whatever shows are coming out this year on Disney. You should have a sense of actual academic background as to the actual history of literature. You should know names like Chinua Achebe. You should know The Invisible Man by Ralph Ellison. Ralph Ellison's Invisible Man. You should know these works. These are basic texts in high school you can learn. I'm not even citing academic stuff. I'm not even citing like the heavy hitters. I'm just citing stuff that you as a high school kid could have read. I hate everything about this so far, and I'm going to regret my choices already. But let's keep going because we've gone too far already, and my suffering is entertaining for you. Let's keep going.
Give a quick rundown for those of you who haven't seen those videos. Most people like it when an actor or actress looks like the character they're playing. Even with how many problems there were in the Aragon movie, people still went ballistic at the very first scene when they realized the actress' hair was dyed the wrong color. In the
Aragon? That's your point of reference? The fucking Aragon movie? I thought you were going to say something like Michael Clark Duncan in the Daredevil film at playing Kingpin. Or, I don't know, something that means something to people. Because I guarantee you Daredevil has more cultural significance than the Aragon film. Fucking Aragon? Seriously? Of all the things about the Aragon movie you want to reference, the fact the character's hair wasn't the right color is the point you want to bring up. That's the real broke your immersion there. Oh my fucking god.
Captain N TV show, people were not happy with Mega Man.
There's no way this is being monetized with all my fucks, but I don't give a fuck at this point.
And being green when he was supposed to be blue. So yeah, whenever an adaptation is made, people like it when the character looks how they're supposed to look.
Yeah, because skin color is exactly the same as what clothing you wear. Good job, Jar. You broke the you figured it out. You got the formula there. You figured it. You mapped everything out. Good work there, buddy. Good fucking work.
But when the conversation moves to being about race over suit color or hair color, things get a little bit more complicated. Because a lot of popular characters, like Luke Skywalker, Ben 10, mythological or historical Roman and North characters, Marty McFly, Rick and Morty, Katniss Everdeen, Harry Potter, Indiana Jones, Spock, Mary Poppins, Superman, Batman, the Joker, Elsa, Thor, Timmy Turner, Dexter, and just so many more are all white. Hell, even anime characters.
I'm sorry. Are you saying that Heracles is comparable to Timmy Turner? Myeon, thank you for super chat. More like Aragon to the bargain bin. Am I right? That's a good joke, actually. I found that actually kind of funny. Okay. Just a robot. Just a robot. Let me point out something here. All your examples of famous piece of media, they're like kid stuff. Except for Spock, basically. Who I don't believe you've actually watched. Spock, by the way, Star Trek Deep Space Nine, Cisco, black captain, pretty major character. Star Trek itself, people don't care about Spock being white because Star Trek was a pioneer in racial representation back in the 60s. Granted, that stuff may not seem like a big deal now, but Uhura and George Takei's character, Sulu, that was a big deal for the time. That was a big jump in terms of representation at the time that show came out. Nowadays, sure, you can say, oh, that's not that great by today's standards, but for the time it was a big deal. Civil rights movement. Martin Luther King told, I'm trying to blank on Uhura's actress, Nicole. Told too many drinks. That's my problem. That's my excuse. Told her that her contributions to cinema, to television, were substantial. That she should stick to the show because it was the best representation of black people on mainstream television. And in fact, the first interracial kiss on TV. Star Trek was a major landmark. W.C. Witt, thanks to chat. Is he about to say anime characters are white? He probably would say that, honestly. Nichelle Nichols. I'm so sorry. Yes, Nichelle Nichols. I'm so sorry. I drew a blank on her name. And she passed away fairly recently, so I think that does deserve like some respect of the name. I'm so sorry for not doing so. And new Fairly Odd Parents does have a black kid as the main lead, and it's a good show. It's a great show, even. Yeah, Just Robot's a fucking asshole for that nonsense.
Like Ash, Sailor Moon, Goku, Naruto, Ichigo, Luffy, Eren Yeager, Saitama, Deku, and just so many other anime characters look white. Okay, granted, Eren Yeager is supposed to be white, but he's the...
I'm sorry. Did you just say that anime characters from Japan look white? Did you say that Ichigo Kurosaki is white? Usagi Tsukino is a white woman, in your perspective. Goku, a fucking alien, is white. Why? Because they have big eyes? Is that it? Chris, thank you for super chat. Deku, like the Japanese person born in Japan. Yeah, right? Right? This is fucking... Oh my god. Holy shit, you're a dumbass. Oh my god. Listen, I've dealt with Lily Orchard. I've dealt with that shit, okay? How are you this way? Why are you this way? Chris, thank you for super chat. Also, Goku is based off a Chinese myth. Yeah, of Journey to the West. A whole story about people who are going west. You know? Oh my god. Jar, why the fuck are you this way? What happened to you, man? Did you like get... What happened? What head trauma did you go through to deal with, to lose the sense of obviously eyesight, to know that Japanese... Okay, shouldn't be that terrible. I'm so sorry. But WC Wit, thank you for super chat. There is something to be said for colorism in anime. Shinichiro Watanabe profusely avoids it in stuff like Bebop, but this ain't it. Yeah, 100%. Colorism, yeah, there is a concern, and there is a discussion to be had in Asian cultures how white, pale skin is seen as an absolute beauty standard. That's a fair point, and Watanabe is masterful in producing some beautiful characters with melatonin in their system. But Lizzie Shiro, thank you, Super Chat. He could have said Edward Elric. He's white. Yeah, he could have. But he chose not to. He went for the specifically Japanese characters. Like Ichigo Kurosaki. Maybe because he hasn't seen good anime yet. That's a possibility too. Not saying Sailor Moon's bad. Not saying Bleach is bad. But there's a gap between Full Metal Alchemist, Cowboy Bebop, and Bleach. I love Bleach. It's a lifelong favorite of mine. But it's like comparing like The Godfather to like Die Hard. They're both great, but one's The Godfather. You know what I'm saying? Chris, thank you for Super Chat. Last donation for the night. I'm going to look in chat and play Mario Galaxy 2. Hey, listen. You're probably going to have more fun playing Mario Galaxy 2 than I am going to have to watch this shit. But hey, you're all watching, so I guess I'm doing something right. I don't know what it is, but I'm doing something right. Who the fuck knows what it is? Okay, let's keep going.
The only exception on that list. A lot of people try to argue against this point by saying things like, oh, well, there are a few Asians with blonde hair. And to be perfectly honest, these anime characters look Asian to me. Even though there are Asians with blonde hair, granted they're incredibly rare, and you may or may not see them as Asian, the point is it's far easier for a white person to see these anime characters as white than it is for a black person to see them as black.
Jar, are you black? Are you black? I don't think you're fucking black. I'm certainly not black. I'm not sure if you noticed, but I'm very white. But you know what I do avoid doing as a white person? I avoid telling black people what they can identify with as a black person. Do you know why I do that? Because I'm not fucking black. Nor do I presume to know what a black person feels or thinks about a certain situation. Because I myself am not black. But if a white person said something that a black person should feel by a white person's standard, I'll immediately take far less interest in what they have to say. Because you're white and you're not black and you can't tell a black person what to think. Because you're white. And I'm white, and I'm not going to pretend like I'm some authority on what black people should feel. Because I've said dumb shit before, and my black friends have said, hey, that's dumb shit, don't fucking say that. And I'm like, you know what? Yeah, you're right. That is dumb shit. I'm sorry. I screwed up. And they're like, you know what? That's cool, because you're stupid. And it's okay. We'll let you live with this. But you know what else I didn't do? I didn't say it on the internet. I didn't record you my message. I didn't edit it into a video and go, yeah, you know what? This dumb thing I said, let's broadcast it to the whole fucking world so they can hear me be a jackass on the internet. That's something I avoided. You know why I avoided it? Because it's fucking stupid and you should let your friends who are black listen to you before you spout stupid shit on the internet, because they might tell you, hey, that might be slightly offensive to someone, and you may be talking out of your fucking ass, and no one wants to hear you shit all over your microphone and distribute that fecal matter to the internet at large because you're talking out of your fucking ass. How's that sound for some fucking truth to you? Gavin Carruth. Oh God, we voted this. Yeah, you did. The guy. I walked into hell, didn't I? Yeah, you fucking did. Good luck. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. Let's push it further because my liver hasn't suffered enough. And because tomorrow's election day, I also desire to be in pain for the entirety of tomorrow. Let's keep going. I'm sure this won't be something I regret later on. Okay, cool. Excellent. Let's keep going.
You're fire! This man isn't black! So I can totally understand why black people would like, well, more black characters. Now, while skin color is certainly not the only reason why someone would relate to a character, it's still a reason. Not even close to the most important reason, but still a reason. According to my roommate and best friend, Professor Dreadlock, AJ from Very Odd Parents was an extremely good influence on him growing up. Now, granted, this character was not—
Oh! Your one black friend said he liked AJ from Fairly Odd Parents. Let's give a round of applause for that. Good job, you. That means you could be racist to everyone else because one black person said they liked one black character once.
Never race bent, but it was still good representation nonetheless. Me and him go over this topic a little bit more in my video, Reverse Stereotypes. Now, the overwhelming majority of people that I have seen at least seem to be in agreement that an original black character is far better than a race bent one. But considering how studios, especially as of late, do not like to make new IP—
Root Jacques, thank you for the chat. I'm Mexican. As a child, I saw them as Mexican because I was brown. I saw Goku as Mexican. I love so much anime. Hell yeah. And you know the thing is also it's great. A lot of Brazilian fans I know love Dragon Ball Z. And that's South American. There's a lot of Mayan roots, a lot of native South American roots in that. You like what you like, and that's great. You should enjoy media that draws you in. That's what it comes down to, I think. One day I'm going to do a stream high, and you're all going to laugh your asses off at how stupid I sound. Because I sound dumber while high than while buzzed. I'll say it right now. I'm not drunk. I'm buzzed. But to get to this shit, you use what you can.
Instead, they're focused on making remakes, reboots, and other stuff like that. So how will an original black character be made? They could add a new character in who's black, I guess? No, of course not. They're gonna take a pre-existing character and change their race. Sometimes they'll make characters with the word black in their name black, like Black Canary in Suicide Squad. Or they'll do it to background and side characters who barely have any lines. Or they'll do it to 75% of the main cast like they did in Velma, which was absolutely terrible, by the way. Now, while they did race bend the Scooby-Doo characters, there's plenty of other versions where they're still white, all of which are better than the Velma show. And of course, I don't have—
All right, as someone who's made a video criticizing Velma for being garbage, the fact that Velma is South Indian has nothing to do with the fact that the show sucks. Also, Velma is not black. She's Indian, which is a substantial difference. Also, the show is racist against South Indians, but that's a whole other discussion because Mindy Kaling just seems to want to hate on her own culture. Whole other reason for that. Also, that being said, Mindy Kaling did not write Velma. It was a white man who wrote Velma and directed Velma.
have a problem with a character who is non-white taking up the title of another hero, whether it be Spider-Man, Blue Beetle, Green Lantern, or others. Of course, my favorite race bend of all time will forever be Asian Hulk. Oh, Jerry, we can't make a female Hulk.
Amadeus Cho, you mean?
Because that already exists, and we can't make them black or Mexican because they'll just come out as green. Don't worry, Tim, I have an idea. We'll make the Hulk Asian. That way, despite him being green, he'll have squinted eyes. I would not be...
What the fuck is wrong with you, man? Seriously, what the fuck are you doing? Did you really write that line and go, yeah, Hulk has squinted eyes. That's a good joke. It's a good funny joke. My 7-year-old buddies will laugh at that. What the fuck, man? What the actual fuck is wrong with you? Like, I don't think I've said what the fuck is wrong with you this much in a very long time. And I've watched Lily fucking Orchard. And even I say, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? Blue Box, thank you for Super Chat. Yeah, man, people like Jar are frustrating since they don't care to learn about actual issues with race and media portrayals and make it everyone's problem. Yeah, they do. They do. Holy shit. Jar, actually, what is wrong with you? This is like deeply upsetting to watch. You are a lot.
Happy with a character like Thor or Superman being played by a black guy. Not because I'm racist or anything, which I am, by the way. But it's because that's not how the character is supposed to look. If they made I don't know, a Gargoyles movie, and they made Goliath look like a griffin, I could say I don't like that, and no one would call me racist. And I'm gonna be 100% honest here. Excluding the representation white people get, I think black people get it the most in America. I can name over 20 black characters off the top of my head.
All right. Let's look at this right here. Let's look at this. Look at this 20 black characters you can name off the top of his head. Mind you, all of these are cartoon characters, and none of them are like actual meaningful films. Like, say, okay, off the top of my head. Oh God, the Bayou movie from the 90s. Anne's Bayou, is that it? That's the first one I think of. With Samuel Jackson, it's the friend from Candyman who made the film. What's the fucking movie called? Is it Anne's Bayou? Well, I know Color Purple, also off the top of my head as well. Ganja and Hess is another good one. You look at Sister Act with Whoopi Goldberg. Any Whoopi Goldberg movie, really, right there. Again, these are actual movies, though. Like, you have... Okay. So you got Kid Next Door, Boondocks... Hey Arnold, Fat Albert. Okay, so all these are like cartoon characters. And Storm and Cyborg and Sack Shock. Okay, of these, Storm, Cyborg, Sack Shock, those are solid characters. The rest are just cartoon characters in the 90s and 2000s. These are obvious choices. You're not even thinking of like meaningful characters. Also, Medea's not on here, so that means the whole thing is like no Tyler Perry characters. It's totally bullshit. I was joking. No Tolkien? Yeah, I'm seeing chat mention Tolkien. Tolkien, as he is. He, after all, is named after his father's favorite author, J.R.R. Tolkien. Hellshake, thank you for super chat. Damn, I used to like Jar when I was younger, and I thought he was right. Looking back, I was just a dumb kid who didn't know any better. Listen, you're not alone. A lot of people thought he was dumb. A lot of people realize he's dumb now in hindsight. Because he was an authority, and he spoke to you. And you thought, oh, hell, he's a YouTuber. I probably trust him. No, he's bullshit. Karan say, thank you, Super Chat. The Incredibles is turning 20 years old this year. Tomorrow. Thank you for making me feel ancient. I watched that in theaters, Incredibles. I thought it was like a real modern film back in the day. Oh, my goodness. Oh my God, Anthony said correctly. Everyone else mispronounced it as Tolkien. Yeah, no, it's Tolkien. It's after his favorite author. Why would you think otherwise? No, again, these are all like 90s, 2000s characters. Like, this is all just... None of these are like meaningful characters in culture. Like, even if you said like some of the more problematic characters, like Green Mile, Michael Clark Duncan's character in Green Mile, whose name eludes me, Candy, I think it was. That's a character right there you can name. A little more meaningful, a little more meaty. Look Who's Coming to Dinner, you know. Hell, Night of the Living Dead. Hell, fucking Blackula would be a more substantial character than any of these cartoon characters from the 90s. in terms of like actual writing skills. Or hell, a Kunquo from Chinawa Achebe's Things Fall Apart, as I mentioned before. Aaron the Moor, Othello. No, Aaron the Moor is from Tyson Andronicus. Othello is from Othello. Blade, Black Panther, Jon Stewart. Basic examples. And there are tons of movies I've watched that are like, whose the character names just don't jump out at me. Who are from dramas. I remember one time my friend Kyla. Oh, Coming to America! How could I be such a moron? Yeah, Coming to America. One of the greatest comedies of the 80s. Yeah, thank you so much for pointing it out. Wow, I can't believe the obvious ones. And of course, that also means Trading Places as well. Any Eddie Murphy film from that era as well, from the 80s. Because he had a good run of comedies. Fucking Candyman! Of course! Thank you so much. And of course, it means Get Out. That means Us. That means Nope. Great examples right there. Lando Calrissian, of course. Mace Windu by that extension. Storm, as you mentioned already there, but also of course, when I'm like a little buzz, that's when I have the hardest time thinking about this. But I was one time talking on a stream with my friend Kyla, who is way more plugged into black cinema than I am, because Black Dynamite, of course, and Dolomite, Rudy Ray Moore, great. Rudy Ray Moore. Okay, let's talk about Rudy Ray Moore for a second. This man was a comedian who did his comedic rhymed toasts. Financed his own film to make it the film he wanted to see and felt people would like to see for his communities. Distributed it to his audience in the 70s, right after the Civil Rights Movement. And Rudy Ray Moore, by the way, Dolomite, yes, it's his most famous film. People forget, he also distributed his own comedy records to the audiences at the time. Rudy Ray Moore is one of the pioneers of black storytelling. And if I'm going to mention him also in my forced diversity video I'm working on right now, because I feel like Rudy Ray Moore with Dolomite is such an iconic story right there. People sleep on him. People think, they watch Dolomite, think, it's the boom mics in the shot. Like, no. Guy was financing his own film with fucking scraps he could fucking fill out of his pocket. Man was a champion of independent filmmaking, making his own thing from nothing. The man was a champion, and I think if you're sleeping on him, you need to get back on that. Watch Dolomite. Not even Dolomite Is My Name, which is also fantastic, but watch Dolomite, the original from the 70s. Dolomite Is My Name is also really good too. Eddie Murphy plays Rudy Ray Moore. It's fantastic. Yo-Yo, thank you for super chat. I do see your point, but I wouldn't say their characters on screen aren't important. I do see your point, but I wouldn't say their characters on screen aren't important some way to someone. Yeah, these are all important characters to someone, especially in my age group. My problem is, I always go, hey, look, these are great. But I always, I do? I always second guess my perspective, right? I go, hey, listen, I love these characters growing up, but that does not mean that they're the greatest of all time, because I grew up with them. They were better before that. They were characters who laid the groundwork for these guys. And that's important to reference, I think. Anyway.
I think I can only name 5 Native American characters. Sure, there's a lot of Asian and Latino characters as well, but most of them aren't as good or fleshed out as black characters. Unless, of course, we include anime or something. There's even a lot of black versions of movies, like The Wiz or Black Cinderella. I haven't seen a
2 examples. You thought of 2. Good job. Good job, buddy.
Latino Cinderella movie or an Asian Wizard of Oz. I don't mean...
There is an Asian Wizard of Oz. A Japanese Wizard of Oz. You fucking dumb shit.
to sound offensive, but with how much certain people demand black representation, you would think they're the least represented group in media. Now I can keep going on and on about race bending, but the absolute worst form of race bending is when it happens to a culture or people, especially in a documentary. When white people do it, it's bad. John Wayne playing Genghis Khan was bad. I can say those things and no one will call me a racist for it, unless...
Genghis... Okay. You talking about the Conqueror, with John Wayne as Genghis Khan, the movie that killed his entire cast because they filmed in a fucking nuclear wasteland? You dumb person. Again, I want to point this out. Othello, a movie, a play starring a black man, did not actually star a black actor as Othello in a film until 1996 or 5. It's mid-90s. Othello was the mid-90s with Lawrence Fishburne. So you're saying that because we have 25 characters you can name who are black, that we've hit the peak. No more black characters. We're good. We got enough. We got 25. We're fine. Jar figured out 25 characters. That means racism's over. Hey guys, congratulations. Racism's over. We did it. We did it, guys. We fixed racism. Good job. Good job, team. We put a couple black characters in cartoons. It means racism's done. Hey, black people who've dealt with like oppression and awful shit in your life, don't complain. Jar figured it out. Racism, it's over. We got it. We got it all covered. We're good. We're good. What a dumb fucking moron this guy is. Also, shout out to Quincy Jones. 91 years old, passed away today. One of the great pioneers of music, you know? Guy worked with everyone. Fantastic figure. R.I.P. Quincy Jones. R.I.P. Worked with Sinatra, worked with Michael Jackson. Just a icon of media. Behind the scenes, wasn't the forefront, but still got a couple interviews in there.
They're doing it jokingly. But if I have an issue with a black actor playing Achilles in the TV show Troy, suddenly, according to some people, I'm a racist. Now,
yeah, because Achilles isn't real. Genghis Khan's a person. He existed. Achilles is fictional. He's not real. I'm trying to tell you this, but he's not real. Lizzie Shiro, thanks for the chat. The Cleopatra Netflix thing had some nuance to it. Egyptians did like the casting Cleopatra either. Yeah, so did not. I see augmentation there. So here's the thing with Cleopatra. And I'm gonna mention this in my my forced diversity video I'm working on. Cleopatra was Greek. She was Hellenic Greek. Ptolemy, his family line, took over Egypt because Alexander the Great took over Egypt and appointed Ptolemy I as the ruler of Egypt. And we are fairly certain that there is no other genetics in Ptolemy's family line other than Greek, because his family tree was the most incestuous bullshit I've ever seen in my life. The fact that Cleopatra emerged without 3 eyes is remarkable, because family trees should not double back 4 branches when navigating their paths forward. Ptolemy's family kept it really in the family. They kept it so in the family that I am shocked that there were no birth defects, like the Hepshits, frankly. It's really fucked up how bad the Ptolemy family tree is. The Cleopatra documentary is historically inaccurate, undeniably so. I also propose this alternate perspective. Who gives a shit? All Cleopatra documentaries are inaccurate because she's not Greek. Usually she's British or Swedish and not Greek. Also, Cleopatra was probably fat. She was probably very heavyset because of all depictions contemporary of Cleopatra depicted her as voluptuous or heavyset. So anyone depicting Cleopatra as thin and British looking and Scandinavian is also wrong too. Sorry to spoil your bubble, but the ancient world did not have the same beauty standards that we have today. So if you depict Cleopatra as skinny, you're probably wrong. She most likely was not. In fact, all historical depictions of her in the time she was alive depicted her as quite heavyset. So go fuck yourselves. Let's keep going. Hailstrom, thank you for the super chat. I'm sorry. How has he not mentioned Samuel L. Jackson once? The highest grossing actor of all time. Django, Pulp Fiction, Eve's Bayou. That was it. That was what I was thinking of. Eve's Bayou. Star Wars. Yeah, Eve's Bayou is fucking great. If you haven't seen Eve's Bayou yet, watch that film. It is incredible. Zorku, thank you for super chat. So you're saying Cleopatra was like dummy thick? Yeah, I am saying that because back in the time period, the ability to feed yourself was seen as an attractive trait. Most people at the time were starving, so if you can keep yourself overly well fed, that was seen as desirable. So I'm saying is Cleopatra is a chubby Greek woman. If you look at Cleopatra, tell your agent that you look more like Cleopatra than oh my god, purple-eyed lady. What's her name? Drawing a blank. Anyway, Deb Boyle, Cleopatra. That's a terrible joke, and you should be ashamed of yourself for saying that. But it did make me laugh, so you're on something there. Yeah. So let's keep going.
Well, it is true that black Romans did historically exist. After all, Rome did have a lot of territory in northern Africa. But all the statues of Achilles show him as white, and Homer described him as very young looking, even for his age, with long blonde hair. Now, Achilles is not a historical figure. He might have been based off one, but we don't know for sure. However, he is...
Did you say Achilles was Roman? Did you include a map of Rome circa 180 in reference to the Trojan War, which took place 1,000 years beforehand? Rosen German, thank you for super chat. No shock there. Thin is in because the poor would be fat. That's terrible. Abhishek Verna, read my chat. What'd you say? Abhishek Verna. I had written a very detailed comment on Mindy Kaling in your right-wing horror video. It was the imp one. I don't know what that is. I'll take a look. I'll look for it, though. I'll look for it later. I'll try responding to it if I remember. Anyway.
Is a mythological character, which still is a part of history at the end of the day. But then you have things like this BBC cartoon, Life in Rome, Britain History, the story of Britain. Literally, the first character we see is black. Again, Roman centurion.
Who cares? What does that matter? Who cares? Like some webtoon. Who gives a shit?
Centurions did exist. By the way, centurions were Roman officers who were put in charge of 100 men. But still, black centurions were quite rare. But I guess it is possible. But then we cut to a black gladiator and a black kid. And is that a white slave next to him? Oh my god, a white guy just stole that black kid's scarf. Yoink! Now, what?
If you think that's scary, wait till you find out about Shakespeare. Shakespeare had multiple black characters in major roles. In fact, one of those plays, Othello, is about a black Roman. I know, shocking. Along with Aaron the Moor in Titus Andronicus, who is also black because he's a Moor. I know. In fact, Aaron the Moor being black is a major plot point in Titus Andronicus because Aaron the Moor has a baby with the Queen of the Goths. The Queen of the Goth is very white. And her baby is extremely black. And that's a plot point in the story. You dumb shit. Please actually experience art outside of your webtoons bullshit. And I'd deeply appreciate it.
Once again, all of this is entirely possible, but super unlikely. There are other slaves in this cartoon, and of course all of them are white. My issue isn't that there's a black guy here or a black guy there, it's the consistency of all of it. It's clear that they cared more about being PC than historically accurate, but...
Why do you say that, Jar? Do you know about how Carthage had an influence in Roman populations? Rome conquered some of Africa. You know that, right, Jar? How the fuck would you know the population of Rome? Did you run a census scan on that? Did you poll the populace of Rome? Did you talk to them? Hang out with them? Talk to the Romans? How do you know about historical accuracy? You don't know jack shit. You don't know a fucking jackass from a dick in the ground. How the fuck do you know what the fuck you're talking about, man? Let's be perfectly blunt.
Now let's get into the real reason as to why you clicked on this video. The current controversy around Netflix's documentary involving a black Cleopatra. Queen Cleopatra is a documentary, not a movie. So as much as I hated The Woman King for being historically inaccurate, at the end of the day it was a movie, not a documentary. This is
The Woman King that was a fictional movie and not actually based on reality. That what you're angry about? Why? Why are you angry at The Woman King? It's a fictional film. It's not meant to be real.
a documentary, so it's far worse.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
It was directed by this woman, Tina. Let's just say she's not exactly the most popular actress in Hollywood. So you know how the audience...
No, she's not the most popular actress in Hollywood because she's a director. That would be a factor, I suppose, of being an actress, I guess. But what do I know? What do I know?
Score for The Woman King on Rotten Tomatoes was at 99%. Yeah, those numbers don't seem to be inflated at all. Well, the critic score for this documentary on Rotten Tomatoes is at 11%, and the audience score, 1%.
Yeah, because it was bad. Wasn't accurate to history. You know? The Woman King is a good movie, quite frankly. It's decent. It's even if you ignore historical inaccuracies or distortions in history, it's a solid film. Hits the points. Has some good stuff. Is it totally historically accurate? No, by no means. And the filmmakers admit it's not historically accurate, but it's a good story. But you know what else is historically inaccurate? Most fucking movies about history. So, if you think that's the big standard as to why the film's bad, then you're gonna... I hate to tell you, but the rest of the film cinematic history. Listen, minorities are allowed to make movies that suck. And it's cool. Let them. Don't harp on it for decades on. You know, fuck it. Who cares? Movie's not good. You don't like it? Move on with your life. Movie's good, and The Woman King is good. It's a good movie. I enjoyed it. I as a film, it's a solid movie. Is it totally accurate? No. Is it a perfect film? No. Does it hit the points I want a film to hit when I watch it? Oh yeah, it gets the points. It gets the hits. Anyway.
So if you combine it with The Woman King, I guess it adds up to 100%. 100% of historical bullshit. He even got sued on behalf of the entire country of Egypt.
Look, what does The Woman King have to do with the Queen Cleopatra documentary? Most people agree the Queen Cleopatra documentary is not very good. It's not a great documentary. It's flawed. Deeply flawed. The Woman King is historical fiction. Keyword on fiction. If you're criticizing one for the same thing you're criticizing the other for, it's just weird. And why would you conflate these two? They're two different movies, two different things about two different subjects made by two different people. Why do you care? They're not connected at all.
No networks could get sued by countries. Now here's the thing, Cleopatra probably wasn't white either. Hell, I personally think the most accurate depiction of how she looked was actually in Clone High. But she definitely was at least part white. It was—
Oh my god, you moron. She's Hellenic Greek. We know she's Hellenic Greek because her family kept it really in the family. Base your logic on history, man. Ptolemy I was appointed in charge of Greece by Alexander the Great, and his children were all incestuous assholes, and they never bred outside their family. We know this because we have uncomfortable knowledge of their family tree. And let me assure you, family trees should not go backwards by 2 generations. Okay? Okay? Okay. Great. Glad we shared this with everyone. Jar, look up a fucking family tree for once in your life. Look it up. Look up the Ptolemy family tree. Do a little bit of research before you talk about a documentary and say, I don't know if they could have been black, but maybe it wasn't black. No. Don't fucking talk about Clone High. Talk about history. Talk about the facts. Talk about the established information we have when discussing historical reality. Do not talk about fucking cartoons that you watched and like. Talk about the actual reality rather than fall back on your own favorite little pieces of media trivia that makes you feel cozy and comfy inside. No. Actually embrace history. Talk about the facts. If you're going to discuss facts, talk facts. If you're going to talk fun and silliness, talk fun and silliness. Your explorations of media are at best superficial and at worst reflective of idiocy.
It's extremely well documented that she had Macedonian Greek heritage. And despite what the BBC wants you to think, a lot of Greeks weren't actually black. We also have portraits of her, statues of her, and even coins with her—
My dude, are you conflating Greece with Rome? You were talking about Roman centurions before. Now you're saying the Greeks weren't black? And showing a Roman centurion as proof that the Greeks weren't black? Roman centurions had nothing to do with ethnicity. They had all to do with who was under the Roman banner. How are you this inconsistent with terms that you set the fuck up? How are you this ignorant of the points that you've established in your own video? How are you this ignorant? All right, genuinely, I beg of you to explain this to me because I'm fucking frustrated from this shit. You've established points that you yourself have established. Hey, this is the history. This is the idea I'm working with. This is what I'm doing with. Okay, cool, good. I got all that. How are you contradicting the points that you laid in place? I get if you're a dumbass and you screwed up the points you got. I'll accept that. I'll accept that you got the basic points wrong. But your logic is like, oh, hey, listen, I thought this thing that was Roman was Greek. That's cool. But no, you said it was Roman. How do you conflate the Roman Empire, which itself had many ebbs and flows, had many heights and lows, and you conflate that with the Greeks, with Alexander the Great? How do you screw this up? How do you Okay. You show a map of the Roman Empire after the birth of Christ and say, yeah, this is how the Trojan War was, which took place 1,000 years before the birth of Christ. This is like saying, yeah, sure, King Charlemagne, best president of the United States. Charlemagne was a great United States president. Yeah, that's how that works out. That's how that logic equates. What is wrong with you? You have no perspective on history at all. You are like beyond the limits of idiocy in this case. I am stunned by your inability to actually reference the points you bring up. I am authentically stunned.
Their face on it. The portrait of her makes her look white with red hair. Gingers are about as far as you can get from black people. In terms of looks, at least.
This portrait was made hundreds of years after she died.
Both gingers and black people are from the old world. Ancestry-wise, a Native American is far different than those two. Okay, maybe over the centuries, the colors just got...
What the fuck are you talking about?
Washed out. The statue of her does depict her with curly...
This was made in the Renaissance. And not Greek. But okay, keep going.
Hair, which a lot of black people do have, but it's not exactly the same curly hair as the average black person has.
Alright, let's read this. Okay, I did more research and see I made a mistake. This is visually identical to multiple traditional African hairstyles that would have been popular at the time. Obviously, when working with stone, there are certain constraints, but you can't, again, no grammatical mistakes ignored. Can't glean much of anything from this hairstyle, and Europeans and Africans commonly have it depending on what you do with the hair. Jar, what does this do with anything? These are obviously Renaissance era statues. These are not contemporary statues in the era of Rome. This is like saying, yeah, no, she's not black. This artwork made 1,000 years after she died. No, I'm sorry. 1,500 years after she died doesn't make her look black. Therefore, she couldn't have been black. Look, I'm coming from a position that says, hey, she's Hellenic Greek. And somehow you're losing me, who's on your side in that sense. How are you this bad at this topic?
In fact, I've seen a lot of white people with curly hair like that, and her facial features look pretty European to me. I mean, at least the coin of her looks kind of black, but that's probably
the coins of her were designed to resemble Mark Antony. Her face was designed with the same profile Mark Antony had, and they just chiseled the hair differently to add continuity while still differentiating the two between the two. The coin prints, the coin mints were made with Italian features. Her nose resembles an Italian's, that being Mark Antony, because those who minted the coins didn't want to change too much about the coin mints and just use the same profile Mark Antony had. This is a historic fact. You don't know anything about the historic record. They didn't change Cleopatra's profile in the coin mints from Mark Antony. Mark Antony and Cleopatra have the same profile because they didn't change a single thing in the coin mints. You would know this if you cracked open your history books for a fucking millisecond.
Because it's really, really rusted.
You moron.
But again, she has European facial features.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing.
Because it's a man's features. You idiot. I am stunned by the topics he's exploring and how incompetently he's exploring it.
she was not at all 100% white. Egypt is pretty close to the equator, and sunscreen wasn't exactly that common back then. Pure white people don't exactly handle the sun in the best way. But let's see the arguments that the people who created this documentary come up with.
Hang on a second here.
Point of her looks kind of black, but that's probably because it's really, really rusted. But again, she has European facial features. Now here's the thing, I'm pretty sure she was not at all 100% white. Egypt is...
So here's Egypt, right? Egypt's right here. It's about around where Georgia is. So, as New Jerseyan, as someone from New Jersey, that means that, hey, actually, if you're from Florida, that means you're blacker than Cleopatra, because you're closer to the equator than she is. Wow, that means if you're from Florida, that means you're blacker than Cleopatra, because you're closer to the equator than Cleopatra. That's Jar's logic. That's
pretty close to the equator, and sunscreen wasn't exactly that common back then. Pure white people don't exactly handle the sun in the best way. But let's see the arguments that the people who created this documentary come up with for why she was actually black.
I imagine her to have curly hair like me and similar skin color.
Well, this black guy says he imagines her to have curly hair like him. Well, we have statues of her and she does not have curly hair like you. But you can keep using your imagination. He also...
Oh my God! Listen, I'm making a video about this topic, and I do talk about the Cleopatra documentary. I've written it. It's been written, and I assure you, my logic is better than fucking his. Oh my God! How are you this way? Listen, the Cleopatra documentary is wrong. It is wrong. It's historically inaccurate. It's not well researched. They kind of went with like, hey, you know what? The family has Muslim ties, therefore they must be black. It's not well thought out. It's not a good documentary. That's fair. You know what? That's a fair point. How do you miss a softball pitch like this? How do you miss this? Like this is a soft pitch. This is a basic pitch. Hey, this family, which is Greek, didn't have any outside influences in their gene pool because they were all incest babies. How do you miss this? How do you miss an easy response?
Also imagines her to have a similar skin color as his. Okay, I hate to explain this, but, you do know that what you imagine isn't real, right? You're not Coconut Fred. Does anybody remember that show? Well, it is true that Egypt was a big nation that lasted a very long time, and it was extremely ethnically diverse throughout its history. Fun fact, historically speaking, Cleopatra is actually closer to our time than the invention of the pyramids. There were both white and black Egyptians. But what most people picture when they think of an Egyptian is a guy with copper skin. Okay, I'm sure there's better arguments than what this guy can come up with. Let's hear what this old lady...
Oh my God, how do you miss this? How do you fail this hard? How do you fail this hard? How do you miss the easiest of points? That Ptolemy I was appointed by Alexander the Great to be the ruler of Egypt, and his family was incestuous. How do you fail this? This is basic shit. This isn't complicated. How do you miss the softest ball questions and dive into racist essentialism? How do you screw this up? This is basic history. This isn't complicated. This isn't like difficult to figure out. It's that, hey, a Greek family that never bred outside their own family produced a white child. That's all you gotta say. That's all you got to say. Okay.
Lady has to say.
I remember my grandmother saying to me, I don't care what they tell you in school, Cleopatra was black.
Oh, your grandmother told you to ignore what they tell you in school and that Cleopatra was black. I think your grandmother just told you that to help your self-esteem. Your grandmother is not a historian. And I'm not gonna lie, I think saying the original Egyptians were black is probably the most common talking point by hoteps. Okay, well, let's see what the showrunners have to say about all the backlash they got. Maybe that's where they saved all their good arguments.
Why shouldn't Cleopatra be a melanated sister? And why do some people need Cleopatra to be white? Her proximity to whiteness seems to give her value, and for some Egyptians it seems to really matter. It's not just that I've directed a series that portrays Cleopatra as black,
but that I have asked Egyptians to see themselves as Africans, and they are furious at me for that.
I'm okay with this.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Okay.
Jar, shut the fuck up. Really, genuinely. The quotes you're quoting are from an interview with the director of the Cleopatra show. I know this because I've quoted the same quotes from the Cleopatra show. I don't think she's right. I think she's wrong too. But you're a whiny little bitch about it, and she's pointing out her perspective. Now, granted, I think she's wrong too. Cleopatra was Hellenic Greek because the Greeks conquered Egypt and imposed their rule upon the country. And because I know uncomfortably how well they incestuize within their own bloodline, I know for a fact there's nothing but their own Ptolemaic bloodline in there because they kept it uncomfortably well within the family. But no, Jar, you're right. You should keep Cleopatra as the product of fucking 14 generations of incest. No, you're right. No, you're right. You're right, Jar. Keep the incest babies. Keep the extreme incest babies. You're right. Cleopatra, super incest. Super incest. Have fun with that, Jar. That's the point you want to defend? Hey, go for it. Go for it. Jar, you don't know anything about history, and you've demonstrated that by having to try so hard to showcase your point. All you have to do to actually argue your point is say, hey, the Ptolemy family line was 100% Hellenic Greek because the Ptolemy family line kept it all in the family. And that's it. That's all you gotta say. You don't have to harp on it for like 13 minutes. That's it. But you chose not to. You chose to ignore the history, ignore the easy answers to your questions, maybe because it meant you have to admit that Cleopatra was an incest baby, and that's already an uncomfortable topic for you, I'm sure. And be a jackass. Be a jackass on the internet. No, we're not putting it in the cup this time. Cheers. You're dumb shit.
Let's break this down. First of all, what the hell is a melanated sister? Aside from albinos, everybody has melanin because they grew up in a hotter climate while white people...
Oh, shut the fuck up, you dumbass. You know exactly what it means.
Grew up in a snowy climate. Second, you asking why do people need to see Cleopatra as white is such a deflection. Sure, I'm positive that there are some people out there who wish she was white instead of black, but the overwhelming majority of people are upset with how dark you portrayed her. There's other races aside from white or black. At the very least, get someone with a skin tone of Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
Oh yeah, a Polynesian man would be Egyptian. That's what it is. Polynesia, Egypt, same thing. That's how it works. Fuck history, am I right? Jar, you're a moron.
Johnson. Actually, no. Get Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Have him wear drag. If I had to pick a white person to play Cleopatra, I would probably pick Scarlett Johansson. After all, she was described as very beautiful.
Oh yeah, Scarlett Johansson, who played Mitoko Kusanagi in Ghost in the Shell, the most Japanese of characters. Jar, shut the fuck up. I mean this authentically. Shut the fuck up, you dumb fucking person.
Over a white or black person, I would probably pick a Native American or a Latino, but not an Asian. I actually think that would be worse than portraying her as white or black. And as for this whole asking Egyptians to see themselves as African, that's just dumb. Newsflash, African does not equal black. Here's a good joke my roommate Professor Dreadlock came up with. He says to a random person he just met, "Hey, did you know the richest man in America is actually an African American?" And they respond with, "Wait a second, I thought it was Elon Musk." And then he says, "Yep, that's the African American I'm talking about. Africa is a continent. There are white people there, black people there."
God, you fucking idiot. Elon Musk is fucking appointed. Do you know nothing about South African? You know about the fucking apartheid? Jar, you're my age, roughly. You had to know about the apartheid. How do you not know this? Are you genuinely stupid? Like, genuinely stupid. How? How are you this fucking dumb? How are you this stupid? Like, the apartheid was a major issue growing up. It was resolved in my lifetime. Elon Musk's entire family came from the exploitation of black South Africans. How are you this stupid? How do you lack such a context or historical information? How are you able to exist in a world where the world exists outside of your narrow lens of perspective? Do you not know about basic history? Nelson Mandela, is that a word that means nothing to you? You are dumb as shit. You are dumber than the bricks I shit on.
And of course, a huge part of the Middle East. And do you know what Egypt is a part of? That's right, the Middle East. Egyptians will see themselves as Middle Easterners before they ever see themselves as African. Egypt is in Africa, but it's also right next to Europe. You shouldn't be trying to force your American ideals onto a country of 100 million people. So yes, it does matter how you depict her. And lastly, you saying, "I'm okay with this." I'm pretty sure that's cope. But making something about what you like, what you want, is purely an attitude I've only seen from directors. In terms of management, that is. If a burger company wants to stay on top, the managers just can't say, and just make the burgers I like. That goes
Jar, let me ask you a question real quickly here, Jar. What part of the continent is Elon Musk's family from? You see the continent of Africa, right? Top, bottom? Where is Elon Musk's family from? Oh, that's right, the south part, right? And how did the Europeans, the white people, get to South Africa? Oh, it was something called colonization, right? Colonization. Right. So, how did Cleopatra's family get in charge of the northern part of Africa a couple thousand before? What was that word? Colonization? Colonization? Yeah, it's colonization, right? Yeah. Jar, let me be honest here for a second. I think you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Jar. Because you don't fucking know what happened in history. Just a thought. Just a thought. Oh my god, he's a fucking idiot. Listen, Lily Orchard's dumb, but this is like a confidence about history that you don't understand. And I'm not extrapolating. I'm not talking about complex history. I'm not saying, oh, hey, who was the president in charge of Nigeria of Sudan during the genocide? No. I'm not saying who led the Rwandan genocide. No, I'm saying just basic stuff. Basic stuff. How are you this dumb? How are you this incompetent? It's your boy Mike G. Thanks for chat. And it's okay. Jar got the reference that one time his one black friend made a silly joke so he can turn into a serious discourse. Yeah, that sounds about right. Listen, I'm not an expert in any of this discussion. I just know a bit. I know a bit. I know a few things. And those few things are factoring into this situation. And I am in pain. It hurts me. I'm in pain. I am in pain.
Restaurants in general. A hardware store can't just sell the tools that the manager likes. And that goes for every place that sells any kind of tool. It should never be about what you want. It should always be about the
Why do you have a
customer.
gun?
So,
A Tommy gun, no
short,
less.
The reason why
You fucking
Cleopatra
idiot.
is black is because the director, along with a few people who worked on the show, wanted it that way.
What's wrong with you, you
God, I'm
dumb
wondering in the
fucking idiot?
Future, will we have a black Genghis Khan? Just like we had a white one with John Wayne? I better shut up before I give them ideas. But yeah, Hollywood directors are allowed to have this attitude of, it's about what I want. Because studios can just use the failure movies and documentaries they make as a tax write-off. And who—
Keep in mind, he's just talking about one documentary. One. He's saying that one stupid documentary means that the whole of the Hollywood system is justifying all these historical inaccuracies. One! Because Jada Pinkett Smith one time was like, you know what? I think Cleopatra should be black. I mean, listen, she's not Elizabeth Taylor. She's not white. Oh my god. They're morons. They're all fucking idiots. Okay. Let's keep going.
Who do you think are the ones who are going to pick up the slack? That's right, us, the taxpayers. Oh god, look at this line in the article. The response from the Egyptian people was 100% fundamentally rooted in racism, which is a very modern idea. The ancient Egyptians, they didn't think about race like we do, because race has only really been contextualized since we understood it, since the transatlantic slave trade. Oh god, I'm so sick of this talking point. Race is not this modern idea that suddenly came about in the last couple hundred years. Yes, our modern interpretation of race is very different than what the Egyptians had, but they still had a definition for race. But what you think about race is a lot more closer to the modern interpretation than what the Egyptians thought. You think Africans are all of one race, along with probably Europeans and Asians.
I hate you
Through
so
our
much. Oh my
Western
god.
lens, we do see race as white, black, Asian, South Asian, Middle Eastern, Native North Americans, and Native South Americans. But most places outside of America and throughout history see race a very different way. Europeans don't see themselves—
You're a moron. You're so dumb. You're not even like remotely stupid. You think you know what you're talking about, but you don't. You think you're so smart. But anyone who has even a basic understanding of the bullshit you're talking about knows you're a dumbass. You are so fucking stupid. You are beyond stupid. You have reached a level of idiocy that transcends logic. Nothing you're saying at any point in your 20-minute diatribe comes close to historical accuracy. You've learned race relationships from fucking 4chan and thought that means something. You are beyond dumb. But the fact you're so ignorant means you're ignoring anyone with any common sense about historical context, without any understanding about what leads to people thinking a certain thing or anything. And the fact that you're ignoring the context as to why directors choose to play with race illustrates you don't know shit about bullshit. You have made a 23-minute, 37-second video about shit. You are defecating in my ear. Your rectum is spewing the contents of your afternoon lunch into my eardrum. And frankly, I'm offended.
As the white race. They see themselves as British race, German race, French race. Yeah, personally, as an American, Jews look white to me. They didn't exactly look that way to the members of the Nationalist Socialist Party of Germany. I've had a black friend who came from Africa. He did not see African Americans as the same race as him, at all. Even though I'm white, I see myself as Northern European because I'm bigger than most white people. My roommate, Professor Dreadlock, is West Indian. He does not see himself as African at all. And lastly,
wait, he's West Indian? He's not fucking African. He's Indian. You dumb fucking idiot. How? How are you this stupid? Oh my god. How? How? You dumb shit fucker. How are you this dumb? Okay, super chat. Denmark, thank you for super chat. I'm a side watcher, and I thought you were a pretty nice guy. I didn't expect you to hit someone with a verbal beatdown this rough, but I'm about it. Hey, man, if you appreciate it, I'm down for it. Oh my god, they're so fucking stupid. Baichi Apiodera, as a Frenchwoman, him putting a picture of a frog is pretty racist, lol. Yeah, you're right. This is all racist. Listen, I'll be honest with you. Anti-SJW grifters, quote unquote, they're dumber than bricks because they frame a world to you that is based in white and black. It's based in good and bad people. This is so dumb that I hate myself for having chosen this topic. My wife will get it. She likes, this is a good bourbon, actually. Bullet bourbon, pretty good whiskey bourbon to get. Cheap and expensive, solid. I like it. Okay. Let's finish this. I'll wrap up after this, but I'll need a moment to vent to y'all. So we'll go for that.
How many of you guys know a white person who's 1/16th something else and they identify with whatever race that 1/16th is? Do you think Chinese people and Japanese people see themselves as the same race? I think if you lived in Egypt and you had a time machine and you went to any time period, a lot of random people during those time periods that you would speak to would probably say that they saw other people from other countries, even if they are in Africa, as different races from them. Racism has existed throughout time. Sure, not in the same form we have
Jar, do you think that China and Japan are the same as a continent people? Adrian Barcham, thank you for the super chat. Well, no, actually, thank you for the membership. Really, I appreciate that.
today in America, but it's always been an awful part of human nature, just like lying, stealing, murder, and everything else. I just hate this American perspective of, oh, the world didn't exist until we did. Don't get me wrong, for the longest time I thought there was only two countries, America and an endless sea of migrant workers. But I wasn't being—
What the fuck? Why would you admit that? You dumb idiot. Okay.
Asked to work on documentaries. So, the actress for Cleopatra said that blackwashing isn't a thing. So let's actually deconstruct that. So I did record a few arguments about this, but unfortunately, I didn't understand what the dictionary definition of what whitewashing is. According to Google, whitewashing is the practice of erasing people of color, either through replacing a minority character with a white character, or more commonly with a white actor, replacing a minority actor in the portrayal of a character of color. So now that we know the definition of whitewashing, let's see if we can use the same logic with blackwashing. Now, a few arguments that I've heard about—
Alright, for the sake of this discussion, I'm going to try to see if from his perspective. I'm not drunk enough for this shit. I'm not dumb enough for this shit. I'm going to apply too much logic to this shit. Let's see. Maybe I've killed enough brain cells with alcohol to see it from his perspective. All right, let's see. By Chipadero, I think it's super chat. I think he doesn't know what race means. Keep confusing it with culture or ethnicity. Yeah, you're right. But let's see from his POV.
Blackwashing not existing is that there's not a lot of black characters out there, so they have to make their own. Well, this does make things complicated with the definition of whitewashing, considering that there's a lot more white characters out there than any other race of character, at least when it comes to the IPs that we actually care about. I don't see how it contradicts the definition.
Okay, Jar. The IPs we care about. What are those IPs? May I ask? What IPs do I care about that you care about, right? Because I'm a general like fiction guy. I like my fiction. I like my fiction. What is that I'm supposed to care about? All right. Yuki Ataware. Thanks for that. Darling, get some electrolytes and some air. I will need that after this is done. I will say that right now. I'm going to chill outside for a fucking hour. Just staring at the eye out in the sky with some Gatorade. Adrian Parchman, thanks for the chat. Just go here. How many videos have you gone through? This is 3. I'll stop after 3. I'm going to stop after this one. I'll stop after this one. I'm good. Oh my God. Adrian Parchman, thank you. Who is words? Lord Chajar. So far, Lily is more vicious to me, but Jar is pissing me off much faster. Much faster. Like, Lily's a dumbass, but, like, this is, like, how the fuck did anyone ever say this guy's an authority?
Sure, I think you can absolutely make the argument, using that logic, that whitewashing is worse than blackwashing. You can also make the argument that it's different when black people do it. But it's still clearly a thing that exists, especially when you're taking a role away from an Egyptian, who are an extremely small minority in America. I understand people like this just—
Jar, you're a moron. You're an idiot. Okay. First, Netflix is an international company. They can hire an Egyptian actor from Egypt to play the role because they're Netflix. They have the reach. It's not just America, it's Egypt. They can do that. Second off, what are you proposing as an alternative? A white actor? There's more of those. What's your fucking point?
just don't want the term blackwashing to exist because it has bad connotations with it, just like with the term whitewashing. This is a clear attempt to erase Egyptian heritage, just for black people to say, yeah, we did that. Out of every...
Also, keep in mind, he's only talked about one documentary once. This 23-minute video was about one fucking documentary about one historical figure who's been depicted hundreds of times, if not thousands of times, one time. What a moron.
race that does washing the most, I would say it's black and white people by far. When was the last time you ever seen Asian washing? I see a lot of black groups who say things like the original Egyptians were black, the original Jews were black, the original Romans were black, and all these different types of inventions were invented by black people. If you guys want to have a really good laugh after you finish this video, look up Yakub. I understand why a lot of them do this is because their culture and history was stripped away from them. Native Americans also go through something extremely similar, but they're a much smaller minority. We hear about
Jar, go fuck yourself with a fucking barbed wire. Seriously. You're an asshole. You're such a dick. How fucking dare you say that to someone? How fucking dare you? Because you're acting like these people of various backgrounds have no reason to be pissed off. How dare you? How fucking dare you? How fucking dare you? You're daring to fucking act as though other people, unlike yourself, are like, oh, finding some ways to fucking justify themselves existing in history. How dare you? I don't care if this gets demonetized. This pisses me off. This pisses me off because he's acting as though people are wrong for wanting to see themselves in history. He's acting as though people should feel ashamed for wanting to see themselves in the historical record, for wanting to see themselves in, like, the world. Keep your clip things to chat. And chat is asking to drink water, please. Yeah, I'll drink water in a second. I'm so sorry. I'm being hyperbolic. You're right. You're right. I'm being extreme. I'm being a little exaggerated. I'm right. Chris, thanks to chat. You should definitely drink some water. Yeah, I hear you. Blue box water check. Yeah, you're right. I'm being a little hyperbolic. You're right. I'm being a little exaggerated. That's stupid. My insults are being a little too stupid. You're right. That's dumb. I'm upset. But wow, he's an asshole. He's such an asshole. Wow. Okay, I'll stop. I'll you know what? Listen, if you say I'm being over the top, I'll stop. That's probably a sign I've gone too far. But, wow, he's a dick. He's such an asshole. Calinus, thank you for the super chat. The stupidity isn't worth getting mad at. Yeah, you're right. I'm being overly aggressive. You're right. I'm being too aggressive. You're right. I'm too hyperbolic. Being a dick about this. You're right. Water time after this. Wow, he's an asshole. Trans Mask Swag. I love that name. Thanks for chat. Not wrong to be mad. He's very racist. Yeah, like I didn't expect this. I did not expect this so much. Wow. He's such a dick. He's such a dick. Wow. I didn't expect this at all. I thought reasonably he'd be an asshole, but this is like beyond that. Holy shit. How can someone be this much of an idiot? Okay. Let's finish this and then I'll call it a night. Alright? Let's call it a night if this is done.
About the Middle Eastern history of Egypt. We hear about the mostly European...
Angels, Art, and Gaming. Are you going to be okay? I hope so. I think I will be, but we'll know for sure by the time this is done.
Romans, the Northern European Vikings, the Asian samurais, the Native American warriors, and just so many others. What ancestors do black people have for themselves to look up to? Well, Africa has a really terrible climate. They didn't exactly have grain or easily tameable animals like the Europeans and Asians did. Bugs get into food, they love the heat, and Africa is very hot. Anyone who has ever had a fridge knows that food spoils quicker when it's warm. During the winter season in Europe, nature basically made them a fridge to store their stuff. And when you think about the African animals, lions, elephants, crocodiles, hippos, the European wolves just don't sound as bad anymore. Aside from Egypt, most of Africa that tried to develop just did not have easily tameable animals, grain, and good weather conditions to become great nations like the ones in Europe and Asia. But given what they had, they became strong people. Some Romans were black. There were at least...
Jar, shut the fuck up. You're a moron. You don't know jack shit about what you're talking about, alright? Okay? You fucking idiot. Holy shit. How are you this fucking stupid? Undead Nerd, thank you for super chat. You got in trouble for using a black avatar. Meant to send it with my previous super chat. Lol. Okay, that's cool. This got me really worked up too. He's not worth it. Holy shit, you're an idiot. You're such an asshole. Oh my god. Okay.
At least 8 historical knights who were black. There were even a handful of black samurai who existed. After the Civil War, many cowboys were black. A good chunk of the Egyptian population throughout history was black. At least currently with what we know, black people may not have that much historical evidence of what their civilizations used to be like. But a few of them were always there, in one culture or another. Sure, many scientists who have worked on some of the greatest inventions were black, but they were only a small part of the team. The filament for the light bulb that Lewis Latimer invented was indeed a great improvement, but I wouldn't say he invented the light bulb. However, people like George Washington Carver greatly increased our knowledge on botany, discovering that cotton plants kill the soil and peanuts rejuvenate it. And of course, there's one of the top 100 greatest people throughout history, Katherine Johnson. She was a math whiz who worked for NASA. Her incredible understanding of math helped NASA get to the moon. They even said themselves that they couldn't have done it without her. Good God, make a movie about her. What she did is 100 times greater than anything Cleopatra has done. But of course, knights, Vikings, and samurai will always be cooler than a botanist. But as technology improves, we will discover more about lost African history. Racism is an awful thing. While it has gone down throughout the years, it's still around. Don't get me wrong, it can kind of be fun to feel superior to other groups of people. But with how common travel is throughout the world nowadays, mixed race people will just become more and more common, which will slowly remove the barriers that us humans have placed upon ourselves. The whole point of the African Queen series is to shed light on forgotten female African rulers. Cleopatra was not black, or at least not that black, and she is certainly not forgotten. And even if they do continue this series, Africa is a very brutal continent. A lot of their rulers weren't exactly the nicest people. I hope if they do continue, that they'll use the backlash this documentary got as a learning experience, and make actual documentaries about real black female forgotten rulers. This documentary is not the fault of black people. It's just another device that the rich Hollywood elites are trying to use to divide us by race, to keep us from focusing on our economic situation. This movie in less than a decade's time will be mostly forgotten about, but there will always be another movie or documentary.
Jar, shut the fuck up, you dumb piece of shit. Really, shut the fuck up, you idiot. You dumb moron. Oh my God, you stupid person. How are you this dumb? How? How are you this...
that comes around to take its place. So let's get ourselves ready for it.
No. No. I'm sorry. What was that? What was that? How they actually look like? Let's see. So, copies of both on top. Rami Malek, basically. Yeah, the beard. James Gandolfini. So, you think that the Egyptian pharaohs look like James Gandolfini? That's what you thought? That's what you thought? That's what you thought, huh? That's what you thought? James Dillabeat, thank you for the super chat. Your cultures is beholden to only militarized archetypes. Jar, obviously. So you thought that Egypt's pharaohs looked like James Gandolfini? That's your thought? That's your thought? That's your thought, huh? All right, we're done. We're done with you fucking jackass. Okay. Okay. What have we learned today? What have we learned today from this bullshit? We've learned that I made a mistake discussing this topic at all. Water, an essential thing that I will be indulging in once this ends, and probably chilling for like an hour after this to fucking relax. Listen, chat, be honest with me. Was I unreasonable? Was I unreasonable reacting to that? Because that struck me as particularly screwed up. And my hair is a complete mess. I do agree. It is a mess to behold. That was a lot. And that was a lot, chat. Food in me as well. I have some leftover Italian I can get my system. Right, I'm starting to hit the point where my head's starting to get a little fizzy. It's a little hazy. So I feel like I should stop streaming right now because I feel like I'm getting a little too far gone for my own sake. So, before I do that, thank you so much for joining me in this fucking adventure, one might say. And, yeah, that was one of the worst experiences I've had in a while. I'm glad I could share it with you. I'm glad I could share it with an audience who wouldn't normally experience my work. Hey, listen, if you like what I've done, subscribe, like the video, what have you. But, yeah, this is a lot. This is a lot. It's not the worst I've felt. I felt worse when looking at, do you know what the worst experience I had when streaming was? It was the time I streamed Doug Walker's review on Sailor Moon. That was the most extreme I felt. This isn't as bad as that, but I'm feeling close to that, which is a sign I should stop talking, because I felt like I embarrassed myself in that stream. Not gonna lie. All right. Chat, if you follow me this long, I really appreciate it. I'm grateful that that you all have followed me for this long. You know, I started about a year ago, less than a year ago on that, and I've talked about a few topics that are controversial, sure, but you all follow me along. I'm stunned by that. I feel like I have not contributed that much interesting discourse to the conversation, but if you feel like I have, a chat, a follow, deeply appreciated. All right. I'm going to stop now before I sound too stupid and I embarrass myself too much. So I thank you all for joining me. I thank you all for following me. And wow, that was bad. That was really rough. And yes, I will get some water. It'll all be good. All right. To everyone still listening, take care.